Can everyone hear me? Hello? 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 Hmm. Is there a voice calling from the ether? um. Interesting. Okay, so this is great. This is fantastic. Wonder how this happened. Why there's a voice calling from the ether. Um, okay, you know what? I'll check sound settings. Can everyone hear me now? I'm going to turn this around. Loud. I'm having volume of voice is soft, and now I'm having loud. Am I too loud now, or am I too soft still? It's good? Okay, thank goodness. My internet has been special. Let's just say that. It's been very special. And yeah, a bit loud, but audible. Okay. What is a bit loud? To me, you sound good. Okay, sweet. Okay, thank you everyone for hanging in with me tonight. Getting back into the swing of things is not easy. Special. Yeah, very special. Very, very special strummer. Very special stream, I'm sure. How is everyone? Let's see, who do we have in here? We have Miro in here. We have Epic in here. We have Leo in here. Good evening, everybody. Let me know if I'm too quiet. Ben is in here. Hello, Ben. It's been a long time. I think it's been almost a month I've been away. Hello, fellow litwits. Yeah. It's been a good month absent. How is everyone? How is everyone on this Sunday evening, or for some of you, Monday morning? What is everyone up to these days? I know that Miro is trying to pack his baggage for Japan. And I know that Epic is, I think, working for his cafe tonight. Oh, hello, Herman. How's it going? Pumpkin pie about to go into the oven. Oh, that sounds delicious. Ben is playing some V Rising. I've been playing some V Rising. If I'm not PvPing in Final Fantasy XIV, I've been playing some V Rising. It's the only way for me to de-stress these days. I hope things are going well, Herman. Is Herman preparing for Thanksgiving? No, wait a minute. I don't think American Thanksgiving is happening quite yet, right? Heading to the cafe in 30 minutes? Ooh. Leo, I just watched Smile. Oh, the horror thing? Oh my gosh, I can't. Was it good? Did you... I think I saw you say it was good or something. I can't watch horror easily. Let's just say that. Thanksgiving in the States is about 30 days away. Okay. So Herman is sneaking in some pumpkin pie before the day of. As Autumn, commands. Autumn is the time where you must have pumpkin pie. Actually, have not yet had pumpkin pie this autumn. I've had pumpkin spice lattes, like the white girl that I am. But no pumpkin pie yet, which is disturbing, really. Not gonna lie, last week was one of those weeks where it was one of those moments where the stability of your venue and how tight the group is truly put to a test. Oh, wow. Okay, that sounds like... Yeah. I got into a poof flinging contest on Twitter and actually sold books. LOL. Wow. Herman, did you come out of the poo flinging contest looking fly? It's good. What surprised me the most is how miserable it was. It didn't sugarcoat anything. Oh. Okay. Well, I'm glad that you enjoyed Leo. I'm not, like I said, I'm not a huge fan of horror. I'm very sensitive. BRB. Okay, Herman is dealing with his pumpkin pie. That's what's happening with Herman. I'm glad to hear that Herman came out and sold some books. That's good to hear. But today, what are we doing today? We are going to relax. We're going to keep it very chill. I think I might watch a movie, react to some content about Rings of Power, maybe a Greg Owen film. I'm going to keep it very, very chill. As some of my regular YouTube chatters know, I'm in the middle of winding down my ghostwriting career. I want to go and write my own stuff, but I have this client, like an albatross around my neck. That's a literary reference, by the way. And processing the revisions, which, in my opinion, are huge mistakes in some cases, most cases, has been... I knew it was going to be bad, and it's about as bad as I thought it would be. So I try to do a little bit of work. I try every day, except for Fridays and Saturdays when I do a lot of teaching. And let's just say that I woke up this morning to find that some of, like, one of my fingers started peeling skin, which is usually, in my case, a sign of eczema that crops up when I'm very stressed out. So if you had asked me how stressed out are you, I would not actually be able to tell you how stressed out I feel. But now that I've seen the start of what could end up becoming a bad case of eczema, I'm like, well, now we know how stressed I got. And I'm close to, I'm not even reached chapter 10 of the revisions. I got a long way to go, and I somehow have to survive this. That's all I'm going to say. So we're going to keep it pretty chill, pretty light. I'm going to not make myself go super late tonight, or, you know, try to keep distracted. But yeah, my alliance raid run is going poorly right now. Some alliance raids can go a little wild. Yeah, I've been doing PvP Miro because I still need to get that mount. So I went into Lamia and I've been doing PvP. I'm back from the trip. Yes, Jonathan, I am indeed back. Yes, finally online and strumming. Return to the coal mines like the good streamer that I am. Yes, the manifesto, Ben. You know it. I think some people, when they feel stressed, they like actually feel it in their emotions. They will cry, they'll get angry. I don't feel it like that. So my body tells me. It tells me in a variety of different ways, some related to female biology and some related to just general human biology. The eczema is general human biology, but it also will affect other female parts. Female cycles, let's say. You could watch the last Miyazaki movie. Yeah, your fingers working to the bone, literally, and Rakan. Yeah, I mean, I think part of my issue is that I don't process the stress properly, and I don't know that I'm feeling it until my body starts screaming at me. And it's just it's one of those very unfortunate things that happens to me. But the good news is I have chat and I have family I can talk to if I remember to talk to them. And yeah, I can hopefully like emerge from this not as, you know, like not crazier than I normally am. So we can hope. We can hope. But yeah, that's what I'm kind of up to right now. So if I'm really quiet on Discord, it's probably because like I really cannot, like I'm not able to talk to most people. That's kind of where that's at. If people want to know, does chat know what dyshidosis is? Has chat ever seen a case of dyshidosis? My female cousin has very unfortunate manifestations of stress. She gets bald spots around her scalp. Yeah, women can lose hair because of stress. I lose hair, but I have so much hair, Leo. Like, I have so much hair coming out of my head that I will lose bucket loads. But I can't go bald. I sometimes think I'm going bald, and then Party like brushes my hair and tells me I'm fine. But like, I have lost a lot of hair. Isn't that a sage ability? Epic, you haven't seen it? Oh, here, wait 1 second. I was talking about it with someone. Let's see. I was showing it. Okay, so this is an old photo, okay? This is not right now, all right? This is not my problem right now. Okay, but years ago, back in 2016, 2017, I made a choice to return home from China. And as you can imagine, it was rather stressful to move back from a country you'd been in for 9 years. So I was very stressed out. And this is the state of my hands when I get eczema. It's a special form of eczema that involves blisters. That's my hand. This is when I get stressed. My acne flares like crazy when I'm stressed. Do you have to walk around with a glove? So that was only one hand epic. Of course, my other hand was just as bad. So I would have had to walk around with multiple gloves. The thumb looks particularly affected. Yeah, Yella. Oh, hello, Yella. Hello, Arm. So let's catch up on everyone here. We have Jonathan in. Hello, Jonathan. How's it going? We have Enrakan in here. We have Arm in here. We have Yalla in here. So just to catch everyone up, I'm back. I'm back home. I'm stressed out. So why are we looking at my old 2016 hand? Okay. We're looking at this hand because I'm explaining to people that right now, I woke up this morning and the first sign of a potential flare-up manifested. And I was like, oh no. I don't want to get to this stage. I don't want to have to do this again. Because you can't actually fix it. You can't cure it. You just got to survive it. You just hope that it will go away eventually. So I woke up this morning and one of my thumbs started having like the blistering. And I was like, no, this will not happen to me. I think it's partially the ghostwriting, the revisions that are really getting to me. And another thing that has happened is, do you remember my apartment that was on fire? So it was sold, and it looks now that they are renovicting people. And they're offering people money to move out. So we will be losing the apartment in the spring. And so in March, I may be forced to move up north. And there's some positive things about it. Like I will be able to live with Party. And, you know, everyone knows how much I love being with Party. But I'm also going to be losing a lot of my friends and my friendships that I have down here. I just won't be able to see certain people as often as I would see them if I were down here. So the fact that I might have to move further up north, that's probably another point of stress. Just thinking about moving, packing again, moving again. It's a bit tough, you know? So my hands are starting to blister a little bit. They're nothing as bad as that. Okay. I'll let chat know if it gets that bad. But so what am I going to do? I'm going to actually be a bit strict with myself a little bit to make sure I do a bit of revising at least 4 days of the week or 5 so that I can get this client out of my life. And then hopefully less stress long term. Yeah, hi, I wanted to catch up. Long time no see. Long time no see, Yella. But gloves look classy, so you can feel classier, mysterious, and less stressed. Yeah, for real, Enrakan. Yeah, I should get black lace gloves. Black gloves up to the elbow, like a 50s musical. How will she unlock her phone with a glove, though? Good point, Arm. That is so true. As someone who likes a steady schedule and ability to enjoy things that don't change, that would terrify me. Yeah, I you know, chat, I think probably chat has been as stressed as I have been, right? I think we all experience stress differently. Maybe some of us have more normal symptoms of emotions or actions or speaking certain kinds of way. I'm sure every one of us feels stress at some point. And maybe there are people in chat right now who are feeling stressed as well about certain things going on in life. I just want to let everyone know that we are all in the same boat. We're all paddling together through this, hopefully. And I'm praying we'll come out the other side okay. You know, with our heads screwed on straight. So adulting would be manageable if people had money and things wouldn't be so expensive. That is kind of true, Leo. That is kind of true. For example, you wouldn't have to move up north. Having moved, I think, about 20 times, moving always sucks, especially the changes to seeing friends. Exactly, in Racken. I was explaining to... who was I explaining to in Discord? I said something about I've moved... Was it Leo? I was talking about moving... And I was like, I've moved like so many times. So I'm it's not like I'm not used to moving. It's just, yeah. It's more about like eventually. Yeah. So I said, I've lived in 9 distinct cities and locations. And I've moved 16 times to 15 homes. Minimum. So, I've moved a lot. Yeah. Oh, okay. So it was Leo. Okay, yeah. So I was explaining, I've moved a lot. So it's not actually the moving. It's this time I feel like I'm leaving behind something and I'm regretting that part. But if I move in with Party, I get to own a cat. Maybe. So there's some positivity. And I get to live with Party. Living with my sister would be fantabulous. But we shall see. We shall see, chat. And the good news is that we have everyone here with us today. I hope everyone is doing well. I have not seen quite a few of you, obviously, because I've not been streaming at all. I did miss streaming a couple times, but there were some times where I was just so worn out from socializing that I was glad I didn't promise to stream. But yeah, cats are amazing for stress relief. Exactly. Yeah. Has all the moving made you not want to keep a lot of stuff in your home after all this time? Jonathan... I think my personality is not the type to hold on to things naturally. I do collect books, but only insofar as are those books feeding my creativity and my spirit. Otherwise, I actually don't naturally own tons and tons and tons and tons of things. So... between my personality and between moving around, not to mention moving across continents multiple times, across oceans a couple times, I have lost a lot, including books. You know, you have to cut down on a lot. So I don't actually own a ton. Like if I shared a photo of my wardrobe with you all, I recently I expanded my wardrobe with a few secondhand items from my sister Party, but it's not, I don't own a lot of clothing. I don't own half the amount of books that I used to have. Everything is right now very minimized because of various things. One was moving. One was moving across the ocean. And I don't know about chat. Has chat ever had bed bugs? Bed bugs will help you realign how much you need to have in your house. Lucky thing is you didn't have to change schools and be the new girl everywhere. That is true. That is true, Leo. Yeah. I was the new girl when I was very young, Leo. when we went overseas. I went to a local school for a short period of time, but let's just say that trying to learn Arabic and English at the same time was too much for my little brain. You also get to camp indoors with my special tent, right, Ben? I was on the news as a child for a landowner that let it infest an apartment. Oh no. Oh, epic. Oh, I feel for you. Bed bugs are like a psychological weapon. You send a horde of bed bugs to people and you drive them crazy. Hands down. So what you're saying is you've lost a lot of connections and friendships already due to moving a lot. I do think I am one of those people that struggles with remembering to stay in contact online. And when I was in China, it was even worse because in China, you can't access Facebook and Messenger and things. So I lost a lot moving to China, but I gained a lot while I was there. You learn in your own little way to slowly make friends, but it's just a bit harder for me because I'm naturally introverted and skeptical about people. I was filmed playing with Godzilla and attacking my bed, and they said, and not even the might of Godzilla can stop them. We had bed bugs at my grandpa's field and we just burned the sheets and mattresses. My grandma was like, I'm not dealing with this. Oh my gosh. Burn it with fire. Burn it with fire, Leo. Your grandma, she's a woman of great wisdom. Yeah. Well, I hope everyone in chat is having a lovely weekend. Hopefully no one in chat right now has bed bugs. That would be horrible. But I'm just, yeah. We will emerge from this. I'm hoping to get all of this done by mid-November. But I have a feeling I will not be able to get this client out of my life for at least another month. I just have a feeling. But I have chat, and I'm sure chatting with you all and reacting to some content might put a little pep in my step. I also think I might have gotten the flu or like Rona or something recently because I've just lost a lot of energy as well, but it could be depression. So we don't know yet in my household why, but I'm sleeping a lot. So either I'm coming off of something or the stress has finally got to me. Yeah. I just, revising is tough, but revising something with stupid stuff is really bad. It's never good. It does not feel good. Turns out you can order live bed bugs, which seems unethical. What? No. How? Why? Oh, that is... Could you imagine setting bed bugs on someone you hate? That would... I think you should go to jail for that. I would actually pass legislation to jail people who infest other people's houses with bed bugs. So... Okay, let's get into it. I'm so confused sometimes. I grew up, it's for scams to get money back on staying in a place. Oh my lord. That is disgusting. I grew up around military families in my area. There was a constant influx of new faces and tough goodbyes every other year in my childhood. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I believe it, Yalla. I believe it. Yeah. Military families, business families, and missionary families. Don't ask me about that last one. Those kinds of families, they're always moving about. They learn about the inconstancy of the universe. Let's just say that. Sacrifice a lot, these people. That's why I moved so much. Oh. Military family in Rakan? Was your family military? Because I know some families who move around, like the Korean. So I was a teacher in China, as all of you know. And some of my side hustle students were Koreans whose families were part of Samsung. And they were representing Samsung in the Chinese city that I worked in. So I definitely know that like diplomats and business families move around a lot. And I know that military families move around, and I can say from experience that missionary families move a lot. So, yeah, it's kind of, I guess it's the way things are. But you know what? I will say this, okay? Even if moving around can be kind of traumatic, it does help you question, why do I own this thing? I think there's something healthy about... I don't like... So, like, there are these people who talk about minimal living. I think a lot of them are talking through their hat, or they're kind of a little greasy. But there is something to be said about assessing why you own things and keeping your desk neat. Living a life that's empty of distractions. However, having said all of that, that's a conviction or personal preference for myself. When I go into some of my friends' houses and I see there's homey homes, you know, cluttered with knickknacks and the walls covered with, you know, paintings and photos and things, I don't look down on that. I don't curl my lip and go, oh, they're owned by their belongings, right? Like, that's just pure asshole behavior. I don't care about what other people do with their living situation. It's just a preference for me, is to kind of keep it minimal. That's how I prefer. But even I, who like to keep things minimal, have a few things here and there that matter to me quite a lot. And there are some things that I continue to own that some people might go, oh, that's very old. And I'll be like, yeah, it is. Like, I have this old kind of like, it almost looks like an old fashioned bookcase, but it's got glass on the front, and it's grandmother's hutch. And it's one of the only pieces of furniture from my grandmother left. And my mom didn't want it, and my sisters didn't want it. So when I came in from China and my sister was like, oh, I'm going to get rid of it, I was like, oh, I will take it. And I put inside of my grandmother's hutch little things that are like memories of my travels, or specific things that are linked to my childhood. And some people might say, oh, you should minimize that. That's just junk, right? But some of it is important, and I think it's okay to have some important things. But right now, I could pretty much right now put all of my belongings into my single tiny room. Albeit some would be in, what's it called? In Rubbermaids, like in, you know, those like plastic tubs with lids. Like it would be quite cramped, but yeah. It has a nice sense of community when you live with other people who move a lot too. Also much faster to let new people into friends. Yeah, you're less closed-minded and Rakan. That's my thought. That is also the sign of a mind that cannot control themselves with those things present. Too much stuff can also burden your thoughts without noticing. Sometimes it's just a good feeling to let go. There's a energy, Yella, I think. And I think you're touching on something. I think you're touching on something there. There's an energy that you gain from moving and from letting something go. Buddha was onto something. Buddha was onto something in terms of the more important things you own, the more you get worried about losing those important things. But at the same time, I don't like it when you have those minimalist people that go around and look at people's houses and are super judgy. I think like that's like low-key annoying. Like, what are you doing? That's someone else's house. You're in it for like a couple hours, 4 or 5 at the most. That's not your life. So I don't like it how some people can get really elitist about their minimalism. It's like, okay, like calm your titties. It is. And then there's some people who go into a minimalist home and they start like getting judgy about it, not having a lot of things or not feeling cozy. And it's like, it's not your house. That's why rich people are crazy. Have you seen Elon Musk's company he bought, Boxable? Oh my gosh, Jonathan, are you going to trigger me? Are you going to Jonathan's going to start triggering me. Okay, so here's my thing. Okay, I have a quiet obsession here. Where is it? This channel. Do you notice? I'm subscribed. I love tiny homes. I would absolutely live in a tiny home. I'm a prime candidate for a tiny home living. I don't need a lot. Oh my gosh, did you see that fireplace? Okay, you know what? We can't do this, chat, all right? We can't do this. But this is what I'm talking about. Yes. Yes, Jonathan. The answer is absolutely yes. He asked, they reached out to Boxable and they asked for one of the preview Boxables because they were like, he wants one on. And I think the Boxable is on either the space base or one of the factories. I'm not sure which one it is, but he put up the Boxable on one of his lots because he wanted to be super close to his work. There's an entire subculture in my country of people living in tiny houses and gardening. Ooh. That's pretty cool, Yella. I like that. Yeah. Korea? I don't know. Is Korea a tiny home with a couple of cats would be heaven? Yeah. They're organized in clubs and everything. That is so fascinating. I had no idea. That's very interesting. I'm not suggesting everyone should just rush out and get a tiny home. I think there's some weird stuff going out in the tiny home. There's some weird tiny home stuff. Like those families living in like those what are they called? RVs? Micro apartments. Or Japan's micro apartments. I'd buy a Boxable. The only issue is where can you set it up if you don't own land? Absolutely, Jonathan. That's the problem. So I live in Ontario. Ontario has been very slow to the tiny home movement. It's very difficult to get permits. But there are growing lots where people can join other tiny home owners. I think like there's a whole community outside of Kingston. I don't live in Kingston, so I can talk about Kingston. Van life people? Yeah, I think van life people, some of it borders on a little excessive. Yeah, I'd absolutely go for a Boxable, Jonathan. I watch the Boxable. I think every now and then I check the Boxable because I don't think they're releasing yet. Yeah. Boxable homes. Yeah, I've been there. It's finally hitting the market. Okay. Oh, see? I watched this young lady, or Irina D, and she toured the 2-story Boxable. Did you know there was a 2-story Boxable? 20 affordable shipping container homes you can buy now. Oh man, this is a whole tangent. Chat, you can blame Jonathan for this tangent, but yeah. Tiny homes are nice when they're like container size. They need good insulation, however. Absolutely, Arm. So this one, I haven't watched all of it. You can see I haven't watched all of it. Right, it just started it. But when I clicked on it, and then I went down to the comment section. People are noticing that some of the... I'm surprised IKEA is not making homes. I had a dream. A bunch of the kits have structure materials only. You have to do all the work, buy all the exterior materials, and buy all the interior materials. Some don't include any electrical outlets, lights, etc. Otherwise, most are just for DIY. I'd rather just buy my own materials, probably cheaper, and not be stuck with their design. I don't call just the structure materials a home kit. So there were some people. Yeah. Sorry, my sister is texting me. Mad typing. IKEA home instructions would be impossible to read. I lived in a container for a while during service. Do not recommend. They become sweltering in the summer and a walk-in freezer during winter. Yeah. The insulation would have to be on fleek, Wooly, for it to be livable. I could see myself living in a box home as long as I stay single. Yeah, see, Epic, as soon as you have kids, it's like, no, you can't do that. And like Arm said, you need good insulation. If you do not get proper insulation for your home, you're going to be miserable. And Wooly said the same thing. Wooly is like, you can't live in those unless they have good insulation. Those houses will fly away anywhere near a hurricane or tornado down here. Oh, absolutely, Arm. The good news is if you live in Northern Ontario, the only thing you need to worry about really is a fire. Ontario is in the lap of the gods, or God, if you're a monotheist. Ontario has the edges of hurricanes, barely has a tornado, never experiences tsunamis, barely any flooding, the occasional high wind, the occasional snowstorm, depending on how far south you are. Like, Ontarians have no idea how good life is, really. The problem with Elon is that nothing he has made has ever worked, so he can promise whatever. Ooh. Leo, I don't know. Okay, so first off, Elon didn't come up with Boxable. He simply saw it and he wanted it. It was from a totally separate company. So you don't even know what you're talking about. Number two, one of the things that Elon helped birth was PayPal. PayPal's still going, so there's that. And SpaceX seems to be doing fairly well. And I believe I have several friends who use Starlink, and it seems to be going fairly well. So I don't know if Elon himself, you know, how intelligent is he? You know, we can all put some question marks around that one. But he certainly is smart enough to draw smart people to him to do smart things. That does not mean he is absent of making mistakes. But Elon did not make Boxable. So I don't know why you would dislike Boxable, because Elon has nothing whatsoever to do with Boxable other than he asked for a preview version of, like, he asked for like the alpha version of a Boxable because he wanted to live in a Boxable. But he did not come up with Boxable. I recommend you do the research on Boxable before you start claiming that Elon made Boxable. Sears used to sell DIY home kits. I have no memory of that. Kmart used to sell... Oh my gosh, Kmart. Oh my lord. Have you seen SpaceX rockets? They looked legit to me. And apparently their new spacesuits are making NASA astronauts cry with happiness. So I don't know. Maybe I'm drinking some Kool-Aid over here. But the spacesuits look great. They're already being test driven by actual astronauts. But hey. But you have Ottawa in place of bad weather? True. And Racken. Okay, so everyone, my internet is misbehaving. So my family want to restart the internet. So what will happen to the stream? I do not know. I might have to start a whole new stream. So yeah. Wait. Oh. Wait 1 second while we might have to do... Okay, so stream may die. Or not. Or not. Apparently my brother-in-law is rocking in Fortnite right now, and he needs to finish his match. So that's just a heads up, chat. If at any point in time we go down, don't panic. I will be back. I'm very neutral on Elon. Here's the thing people need to remember. Elon is a human. So that means he's going to succeed at some things and he's going to fail at other things. And that's just the way it is. It's just that his successes and his failures are probably going to be spectacular because of A, the amount of power he wields or the money he wields, B, the level of intelligence he's bringing to the table. All of those things can make his failures and his successes look really amazing. Or really horrifying. And that's just part of being a high floating individual. Meanwhile, most of us are barely getting through life with the minimum. So I'm not going to be super judgy. I did actually do a lot of research on Elon for various reasons I cannot legally admit to. Suffice to say, there's a lot of stuff told about him that is not true. And there's a lot of stuff that people praise him for, that is also not true. It's like most things in life, very complicated. Elon is a lizard. He's my favorite kind of lizard. I won't lie though. Like I did the research on him. I came away kind of liking him. The descriptions that his mother shared of Elon as a child reminds me of me. There's certain things that he did as a kid that I felt like I was bro fisting Elon from a distance. But there are things he's also done with his life where I've just shook. Am I back? Can everyone hear me? Are we back? Am I back? It's alive! Thank you, everyone, for those who stayed in. Sorry for the interruption. As some of you may know, this this building is terrible. Yeah, it's not great. But we are back. I hope everyone can hear me all right. She lives? Yes. All right. So we're back. Okay. So let's get into looking at one of the films that I had chosen. It is recommended by somebody in Discord, called Tolkien versus Rings of Power: The Importance of Canon. It's Lost Chord, supposedly. I'm subscribed. And it looks like... Is this Little Platoon? It looks like Little Platoon. I think it's Little Platoon. Are my levels okay? I think my levels should be good. Okay, they are. All right. Oh, welcome back, chat. Apologize. It's a Little Platoon second channel. Apparently I'm subscribed. The topic is Tolkien versus Rings of Power: The Importance of Canon. I'm very curious about this. Little Platoon is a critic of modern entertainment. Sort of. Like just the stupid stuff. He is gay, I think. Does that matter? It shouldn't. But there you go. He has a very hot voice. Very, very, very handsome sounding voice. Fujoshi alert. His videos tend to be so long and rambly. I never finish any of his videos. Yes. Okay. So if we take a little look, Jonathan, I'm subscribed to this channel. I hardly watch. It makes it look like I saw it, but I haven't actually seen it. I almost never watch his stuff. But this appears to be shorter content, so maybe I just haven't. I've been looking at his wrong. Because I think he does, he's Little Platoon. His Little Platoon stuff, I think, is the longer form content. Little Platoon. Little Platoon. Yeah, this is where they go into like the 1 hour, 5 hour. I struggle. Okay, this is a man whose voice is super sexy to me. Plus, you know, Fujoshi alert, gay man, super hot. But his rambling, his deep dives, it's hard. It's a tough one for me. It's tough. So even if I agree with his takeaways, I find how he presents it to be too much for me. But this is 22 minutes. So we can, he's a writer. Oh, okay. He means Western canon in general or Tolkien's. We are going to find out, Leo. We are going to find out. I have no idea. Jonathan always finished first. But this apparently seems to be a shorter film, so it's not going to be a 5-hour ramble about it. His little description here says Amazon wheeled out a Tolkien scholar to claim that there is in fact no such thing as canon when discussing Tolkien. This would come as news to Tolkien, who rejected the script for a proposed adaptation of his work on the grounds, amongst other things, that it broke canon. This is a good question because I actually know about this interview. The Tolkien scholar that came out said that Tolkien was undecided on certain things. Okay, there was some question marks about some of his decisions. He wasn't sure about certain things, and when he wrote letters to certain people, which were preserved and published, in those letters, you could see that he's still managing lore. He still is not quite sure on some lore points. Okay, for example, one of the lore points that he was never firm on was actually Goblin Society. The lore for Goblin Society, Orc Society, was never codified in a way that would make pro-canon people happy. And therein lies the problem. What are you going to include in as canon? Are you going to include in his scribblings where Gandalf had a different name? Is that part of the canon where Thorin had a different name? In fact, Thorin's first name was actually Gandalf. Like, we gotta contextualize some of this. So is lore canon? Is all lore canon? What is canon? So we're going to find out. Will I agree with, Little Platoon, the sexy British man, or will I not? Should we do let's do a poll. Let's do a poll here. Start a poll. How much percent will Chieko agree with Little Platoon? Remember that time when I was like, the Sydney Watson film is going to be a echo chamber, and then it ended up not being an echo chamber? Okay. Let's see. What does chat think? Can chat see everything? Is everything okay? I hope I haven't died. It says I should be good. As much as you agree with Elon is my bet. Oh, that's gonna vacillate. Depends, right? Never, ever, ever. Even the people that you admire, okay? Even the people that you might feel kinship with, never, ever agree with them 100%. So if you vote 100%, you're being a troll. But what does chat think? Does chat think we will come away with this, from this, 100%. And you know what? Before we begin, I think it's a good idea to firm up our opinions as per usual. I'm a great believer in deciding what we believe in before we go in here. So I'm going to put Chieko's early stance. Change my mind. In terms of canon. So canon, respect canon. In terms of canon, canonicity can be found. Canonicity. Is that a word? I think it is. Okay. Canonicity is evident in the novels and published complete public narratives published. Not all Tolkienian lore can be considered canon. When it is obvious that he was in early stages of pre-writing and lore building. Okay. Does anyone in chat disagree with my stance? I'm very curious. Does anyone here in chat think Chieko is completely lost it? It is a word? Oh, thank goodness, Miro. My age-riddled brain has not failed me yet. People are betting I'm only going to half agree with Little Platoon. I'm sorry, Little Platoon. I love you very much. You have a very sexy voice, but there is a high chance that I might disagree with, at least I might disagree with how he presents it. We're going to see if he does definitions. We're going to find out how far we can go down this road with him. But what does chat think? Do we think we should take every single jotting of Tolkien writing down guesswork or hypothesizing something with somebody in a letter as canon? Words are fake. Just make up new words as you go. I mean, George Orwell did. What does chat think? Are there any Tolkien heads in here? Does anyone here actually care? I care, but I haven't read anything. Okay. So Leo, let's hypothesize that you have an author who has written down potential ideas. Then there's published stuff. Which one would you consider canon? I think I'm the only... Oh, no, Arm, you're not alone. I think Epic might be in chat, in which case you are not alone. You can bro clasp with Epic. Maybe? I think. But I could be wrong. Published stuff. Okay. So Leo's going, yeah. I would say it goes in tiers: novels, appendices, unfinished work, workshopping, speculation. Ooh, and Raku. Okay, and Rakin's got it here. Okay, let's put this up in here. I like this. I'm going to co-opt in Rakin's idea. We got tiers. This is the nuanced stuff that I appreciate. Yeah, this is where it's at. Yeah. Now, I will say, even if we toss out some of the lore, okay, like even if we toss out some of the lore building and stuff, okay, so let's say we pretend that the lore building he did, which would be the unfinished work and the workshopping and speculation, so if we take these out as not being important or worthwhile, I still feel like Rings of Power has done a disservice to the brand. But yeah, I still have beef with Rings of Power. Even if you remove, like, it still has not done a good job separate from the lore anyway. Doesn't it depend on whether he published himself or someone else did? Well, therein lies the difficulty, Yalla. So, like, he published during his lifetime, he published Lord of the Rings, The Hobbit, and The Silmarillion, as far as I recall. After his death, they added in certain things, partially written by his son Christopher or other people, taking unfinished work and making them making them full stories. No one looks at the Children of Hurin and says it's trash as much as they do Rings of Power. Sorry, everyone. I'm going to go get a cough drop. I got cough drops near here. Yeah, the posthumous stuff is solid and respectful material. Yeah, no one's going after Children of Hurin for adding things because it's overall stuff, you know, respectful. Okay, let's go and watch. Let's see what Little Platoon is thinking. Let's see. We got 11 votes in. Thank you, chat. We got a huge majority thinking I'm going to go with him at 50%. Okay, so let's go in and let's see what he has come up with.
Thank you kindly, Grandelf.
First thing to specify is that there's no such thing really as canon in Tolkien.
Okay, let's go back. First off, Grandelf. Obviously, I've not seen the second season. What is this? Gandalf from Wish?
Thank you kindly, Grandelf.
That is so ghetto. Gandalf, that's how... That... Oh my lord. That is cringe. I don't care if you like Rings of Power. That is fucking... Big F. Fucking cringe. You know it. I know it. Everyone knows it. Okay? No. No. It is cringe. Okay? This is like we are afraid to be sued by Disney. So instead of calling her Mulan, we're going to call her Hulan. I haven't even seen the second season yet. I'm so scared. Tolkien expert, is that a job? Have you ever heard of David Sallow? David Sallow, here. Have you ever heard of this guy? He is an actual language expert. Yeah. Let's go in here. He is an American linguist who worked on the languages of J.R.R. Tolkien for Lord of the Rings and the Hobbit film trilogies, expanding the languages Sindarin by building on vocabulary already known for published works. He is the Stephen Hawking of Tolkienian language. So as an undergraduate in Minnesota, he studied Latin, Greek, and linguistics. He graduated in linguistics at the University of Wisconsin. He published in Linguistic Analysis of Sindarin. And then he basically was contracted by Jackson to help with both The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings. And yeah, he is the say on how to make stuff. Tom Shippey. Yeah. So anyway, so we're surviving. We're still reeling from this Gandalf from Wish. Don't get me wrong, by the way. Actually, like, let's say Ian McClellan fell over tomorrow, bless his soul, and they decide to make a respectful version of Tolkien's work. And they hired this guy to be Gandalf, like physically speaking. Since we can't get Wooly to come on and be Gandalf, we have to be happy with this guy. He's actually, in my opinion, physically, his bearing, like the way he carries himself in the scenes, he is very Gandalf to me. The words that come out of his mouth are, so far, at least based on season 1, have been utter trash. Just poorly done because he has amnesia, of course. Amnesia! Which is also so lame. I cannot even believe. He looks like a wizard. Are we talking about Wooly? Good casting, horrendous script. Yeah, absolutely. I actually have nothing wrong with this actor. This actor is great. I think he would be a great Gandalf. Unless Wooly wants to be Gandalf. In which case, Wooly, you're hired. But, like, you guys, I can imagine Wooly saying, "You shall not pass," pretty well. But, setting aside, he's just the lines that he is given. It's just so, it's like a toddler wrote them. It's very sad.
First thing to specify is that there's no such thing really as canon in Tolkien.
Lies. Oh my lord, I'm molding. I was thinking I would get through 4 videos today. I may not get through 1. I'm in a mental state. This kind of bullshit right here. Okay. I may disagree with how Little Platoon decides to talk about this issue. But you know what else I disagree with? How these people have decided to talk about this issue. Right? And Rakan, after a few minutes of thought, comes up with, hey, maybe we should have tiers of importance. Right? Like, they're not defining canon. They're not specifying. I think it should be very obvious that anything that has been published and presents a clear narrative from start to finish, such as Lord of the Rings, is canonical. Period. This is nonsense. Utter and absolute nonsense. I'm more of a Faramir. Okay, Wooly. Okay. Would Faramir... Never mind.
There's no such thing really as canon in Tolkien.
The canons of narrative art in any medium cannot be wholly different. And the failure of poor films is often precisely an exaggeration and in the intrusion of unwanted matter owing to not perceiving where the core of the original lies. So basically people misread something and then they go off and they make something that's completely opposite to the heart of the original. Okay, that's fair. Who wrote this? Tolkien. Okay, awesome.
I want now to set aside a bit of time for the questions of canon, the importance of canonicity, and the liberties with same that it's permissible to take when adapting for a new medium. I've banged on, and will continue to bang on, about the breaks Rings of Power makes with canon. The show's entirely banal reason for this is well known. Despite spending $1 billion, Amazon did not purchase the rights to the Silmarillion. Rings of Power is not, therefore, an adaptation of the Silmarillion, but rather an interpolation from, in the main, the appendices to The Lord of the Rings, to which Amazon does have the rights. This being established, you might wonder whether there's any point stressing the show's discontinuity. I mean, sure, it's a way to fill the time, but isn't every complaint of that sort anybody ever makes just restating the premise? We already know they cannot adapt material they don't have the rights to, so why keep bringing it up? My reasons for doing so have been consistent since I first began reviewing this show 2 years ago. There's a simple and unimportant one. I very much like the stories Tolkien told and the world that he built, and attacking Rings of Power is a convenient excuse to talk about something I quite enjoy. But there's also a more important reason, which goes to the heart of what Tolkien made and of why he made it. It has a singular purpose. Tolkien was not telling independent stories, he was telling a singular mythic story, and its various entries spanning thousands of years of fictive history, encompassing everything from the Silmarillion to the Children of Hurin, the fall of Gondolin to the Hobbit to Return of the King. None of these are truly divisible. This applies, not only in my mind, but in Tolkien's as well, to tellings of his story across different mediums. Rings of Power represents a much more profound attack on the thing it affects to love than even Disney's Star Wars does. In that context, I've had plentiful cause to complain that the haphazard elimination of the extended universe and then the careless revival of its individual corpses does immense damage to the world building and the world setting of that universe. In bringing back select people and places from Legends, Disney Star Wars snapped the chains of causality and contingency that made sense of those people and places to begin with. So, on a basic writing level, this approach has been destructive both of sense and of quality. But the Star Wars expanded universe was always a piecemeal and essentially democratic affair. It was a setting in which any writer could create stories, and those stories were usually separable from each other and from the mainline entries of the Skywalker saga. Lucasfilm operated a tiered system of canonicity that strove to separate questions of continuity and artistic freedom. Authors of books, comics, and video games had the liberty to create.
Okay. All right. First off, I agree that it's important to talk about canon. And one of the reasons why I think it's important to talk about canon is because when an author puts out something that is meaningful to them, having ideas around canon respects that original vision and that original art. And to co-opt anything, to twist the canon, in worst cases, to twist the canon in such a way as to say the opposite of what it intended, would be disgusting. It would be like to take To Kill a Mockingbird and turn it into KKK propaganda. There's just some things you shouldn't be doing. And to take a canon from a known IP and to use it to propagate ideas that are in complete contrariness to that canon's original messaging is, I think, disgusting and horrific. And anyone who sits around and hand waves it away is culpable. Period. End of story. Okay? Now, I will agree that Star Wars has always had some issues with canon. There were some stories in the extended universe that were kind of shuffled off to the side because they didn't make sense. But even the expanded universe books held most of it together. And the George Lucas canon, that would be episodes 1 through 6, would probably be the lowest case canon. And I personally think they're okay, but I prefer the expanded universe canon overall, even with the shuffled off books that were shuffled off to the side because they were weird. Not having the rights to what you're making a show of sounds like a recipe for disasters. And not, as soon as I found out they were stringing something out over from a paragraph, I knew there would be trouble. Different from something like Forgotten Realms and Dragonlance, where authors meet on discussing the canon before lining up novels in the shared setting. I was given to understand, Epic, that Star Wars Expanded Universe had a writers' council as well. But to some people, the Expanded Universe books were not actual canon. I disagree. I think the Expanded Universe books are more canon to me than whatever has happened now. I'm so glad I never watched a Star Wars movie since the original trilogy. In my head, Star Wars is still beautiful without a dent. Oh, that's lovely for you, Yella. That's great. You're not going to do it better than the literal genius. That's crazy cray. Yeah. Absolutely, Leo. The lore of the dark side is what I'm there for. Yeah, that's fair, Epic. Verbal, a light of hand, implant the suggestion Middle Earth is like Star Wars, then continue to build a lie on that sleight of hand. Yeah. I think a good example is Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball GT, and Dragon Ball Super, differences between anime and manga. Oh, okay. Here's my thing. Unlike some purists, if they'd come out with a show with brand new characters that nobody had heard about, set in Middle Earth, and they made Galadriel an early version of Galadriel, like the man-maiden version of Galadriel, when she was younger and more inexperienced, and had a few little issues here and there. I mean, there had to have been some issues here and there because, like, Elrond at one point was dating her daughter in secret, essentially. So she was clearly a complex character earlier on in her life. So if they had chosen to show certain things, I would have been fine with it. But the show itself, as I think I proved in my own video, fails. Separate from the canon. And it takes away what made Lord of the Rings as a whole special. Now, where is Little Platoon going with this? I'm guessing what he is suggesting is that Star Wars canon and how it was treated is different from Tolkien's canon. This is my guess, okay? This is what I'm going to guess he's going to say, but I could be wrong. Let's see what Little Platoon says.
Many stories, but these were independent of top-tier canon. They could be brought into top-tier canon if they proved popular and productive, but were otherwise allowed to exist in a separate continuity. Consequently, while Disney Lucasfilm has harmed its own world-building by cherry-picking bits of decanonized stories to populate its TV shows, it has not harmed the original purpose of the Urtext. Disney's sequel trilogy is an entirely different matter, since that story is supposed to be a direct extension of that original story, but that's a subject for another video.
He makes a good point that whatever happens in the books and in the comic books doesn't actually impact the films. And that's a fair argument to make. I think Little Platoon has made a good argument here that the whatever happened in the comic books and in the video games doesn't impact 4, 5, and 6. What has impacted 4, 5, and 6 for many people, including myself, was 7, 8, and 9. And that is a fair assessment.
story, but that's a subject for another video. The story of Middle-earth, though, is an entirely different matter. The closest one gets to a system of tiered canon is the distinction between Tolkien's final telling of his story and the earlier iterations of his story found in the history of Middle-earth, for example. And I stress...
Okay. Oh, thank goodness. Okay, so Little Platoon is differentiating some of the lore is maybe not as highly regarded as canonical compared to the lore that's actually published. And I think this is a fair thing. This is what I was concerned about.
History of Middle-earth, for example. And I stress this is the closest one gets to a system of tiered canon. Really, it's just a list of revisions that Tolkien made throughout his life. It is not in fact a system of tiered canon any more than your first draft of a script occupies a canon tier beneath your final version. Tolkien's...
I would... Here's my problem, right? Little Platoon is not taking into consideration the lore stuff. Because we know that Tolkien had questions about how were orcs created. Tolkien himself didn't know. Now, what we do know is that in Lord of the Rings, he presented a version of the orcs that is not sympathetic, but is actually quite human, in that the orcs are talking about wanting just to go off. They have a slightly rebellious element. They are not as monolithic in their evilness as Sauron is. And so there is this whole question, for example, of do orcs have families? How do they have children? How are they propagated? And Tolkien himself was obviously struggling with this a little bit because in his letters, he gave an explanation to one person, and then in some of his notes, he had other ideas that he was fiddling around with. And so if a show decides to go with one explanation, let's say they came out of rocks, right? You're going to have some purists go, but there was that one letter that said that there was probably orc women, right? The thing that was not great about Rings of Power isn't that they were exploring what he might have meant by there were orc women. The problem is the conclusions they were trying to draw from the orcs that were not present in the canon of Lord of the Rings, which you could not extrapolate. Because the orcs that we have in Tolkien's Lord of the Rings, while being very human, are still not sympathetic. You don't sit there and go, oh, I feel for these guys. They're misunderstood. They're not. They just aren't. You can definitely get a sense that they're jaded. You could definitely get a sense that they're, morally compromised. That maybe they feel like they're in danger. But the way he paints that picture of the orcs is not intended for you to feel sorry for them. At no point in time are you intended to think, am I the baddie? That was not the point of that little experience where he shows us that peep into the orc life in Mordor. That was not the point. If you thought that was the point, you are simply wrong. However, I think that some people might not understand that, and they'll kind of run off to the horizon with all sorts of weird notions about what orcs are. And it is, in my opinion, if Rings of Power had come out with a picture of orcs being dug out of the ground like they came out of rocks, or like out of mud, like the Uruk-hai, or if they had shown them being tortured from elves, there would have been I'm sure there would have been purists bringing up the letter to Mrs. Munsby or whatever, you know. The dragon rat him out. You know, I think that adds to why I hate Luke, because it feels like all in mainstream has to be tied to Luke in a story when the setting is bigger than the Empire was. So the scene of them digging orcs out of the ground was not actually canon. No. Because of the Uruk-hai, we know they can reproduce at least. The out of the ground thing scene that Jackson did is one interpretation from one of his revisions in Behind. Canonically, we don't know. Like, if we're going simply from narrative, there are some vague statements made, but it is uncertain. What we do know is the Uruk-hai were genetically created. Like, were genetic mutations of forced breeding. But where did the babies come out? Did they come out of a female vagina? Or did they come out of an orc? Where? How? When? We don't know. Is it necessary? Actually, I don't think so. But here we are, because some people decide that they want to make a very modern point, right? They want to make a very modern point that the other side is just as sympathetic, which is such a modern thing to say, about a story, through a story that is in its very nature intended to be pre-modern. But this is what you get when you don't have analysis. Your new band name. I think when people think of orcs, they're thinking of WoW and D&D rather Lord of the Rings. And the orcs in the season are a victim of that, like how vampires went from Nosferatu to sexy. Yeah. Once again, there's nothing wrong with other IPs doing their own thing, but don't conflate it into Lord of the Rings. I like Luke of the Expanded Universe. I like Luke of the Expanded Universe because he represents the hero's journey. He represents a Jungian cycle that I like. And he's a homeboy. But is Luke my favorite character? No. I like the X-Wing pilots. Obviously. Okay, so let's keep going.
Script occupies a canon tier beneath your final version. Tolkien's work is remarkable for the depth and breadth of its detail, of course, but to my mind, its true greatness lies in its contiguity. The Silmarillion is not ancillary to The Lord of the Rings, it is written and intended to be inseparable from it. The Hobbit is not the beginning of a story that ends with Return of the King. Return of the King is the end of a story that begins with the creation of the world in the Ainul Indale at the beginning of the Silmarillion. You cannot go about making wholesale changes and adapting prequel material without fundamentally altering in point, purpose, and moral the sequel. If the Silmarillion changes, the Lord of the Rings changes as well. And this is not just my opinion on the...
Okay, so the idea that you would look at someone's draft as being canonical is weird to me. It's a draft. Like, calm down. Okay, so let's see what Tolkien wrote. Tolkien said, "You asked for a brief sketch of my stuff that is connected with my..." Oh no. Oh no, I pressed a button. I pressed a certain button. Okay.
Without fundamentally altering in point, purpose, and moral the sequel. If the Silmarillion changes, the Lord of the Rings changes as well. And this is not just...
Okay. It is difficult to say anything without saying too much. The attempt to say a few words opens a floodgate of excitement. The egoist and artist at once desires to say how the stuff has grown, what it is like, and what he thinks he means or is trying to represent by it all. So that he's talking there about the author. I shall inflict some of this on you, but I will append a mere resume of its contents, which is, may be, all that you want or will have use or time for. Okay.
My opinion on The Lord of the Rings. Tolkien laid it out quite explicitly. That then satisfies the first point of this mini-essay. Rings of Power was, from the moment it was conceived, a profound misunderstanding of the thing it was pretending to adapt. More than in any comparable work, fidelity to canon is a requirement of any Tolkienian adaptation. If you miss the point of the part, you miss the point of the whole. Rings of Power cannot be, as it stars itself as being, a Lord of the Rings story, because Rings of Power precludes the Lord of the Rings. That is, though, just the first point of this mini-essay. The second point is against those who say that because some degree of alteration is necessary in adapting a story for a new medium, any degree of alteration is justified. This argument, or I should rather say this assumption, is commonly made because it is predicated on something true. Adapting from book to film requires stylistic changes, because certain narrative devices that work on paper do not work on screen and vice versa. Moreover, adapting from book to film usually involves abridgment, something that becomes truer the longer the source material is.
I'm very pleased to see that Little Platoon is talking about this, because I think not enough purists do talk about this. And that is adaptation, one way or the other way, is going to change something. But there's a difference between changing a couple things here and there, tweaking a few things here and there, cutting, splicing a few things here and there, and literally on a ideological level, completely writing cross purpose to what the original author wanted. It's a whole other thing. And you can sit around and say, well, it doesn't matter, it's just a story. If it was just a story and it didn't matter, why did they feel the need to change it and say the things they want to say, instead of just saying the things that Tolkien wanted to say? And furthermore, on top of that, it actually does matter. Okay? It does matter in Tolkien's case, specifically.
The unabridged audiobooks.
But it should matter for almost any author. Every author who puts a pen to paper and has pushed out some text into the world, even if that text is bullshit, deserves to have their vision respected if they want their vision respected.
The Lord of the Rings trilogy run for about 54 hours. The combined runtime of Peter Jackson's extended trilogy is a little over 11 hours. And the reasons for this are insurmountable. They are inevitable. Writing a book costs you nothing in the act, and in the worst case scenario, you only realize your losses if the book fails to sell. Those losses cannot exceed the money you could otherwise have earned by finding salaried employment. If instead of earning £50,000 a year, you spend 5 years earning nothing while writing a book, then, assuming that book doesn't sell a single copy, you have missed out on £250,000 worth of earnings. And that's operating on the additional assumption that you did not take paid employment at all while writing your book. Most authors do, certainly when they're starting out. Making a film adaptation of that book is so obviously different that it's nigh impossible to count the ways. There is a significant realized cost from the first second of the endeavor. You have to buy the rights, hire teams covering narrative, production, graphics, marketing, music, acting, extras, catering, accommodation, editing, photography, CGI, location scouting, travel, legal, health and safety, localization, and so on, and so on. And as I'll never tire of pointing out, Amazon spent $1 billion on Rings of Power, not counting the cost of the free marketing it gave itself putting adverts on all of its packages. Can you imagine how much Amazon would have charged a third-party company to place adverts for its product on every Amazon Prime delivery? I doubt that's been factored into the $1 billion total cost. The combined budget of the Jackson films amounts, after accounting for inflation, to a little more than $500 million. Tolkien could write a story as long as he had the creative and intellectual budget for, but no film studio could ever fund a word-for-word big-screen adaptation. The cost would simply be too great. Accepting this brute fact, and that an adaptation of Tolkien's work is necessarily an act of abridgment, we have to demand restraints of Tolkien purists, as well as on those reworking his stories. If you, as a purist, refuse to admit any change in adaptation, as some did when the Peter Jackson films first came out, then you logically preclude the very prospect of adaptation to begin with. To be clear...
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh. Oh man. I'm so attracted to Little Platoon right now. Nuance. Oh, tear. What I really like about what he's saying here, and what I really appreciate, is something I've been struggling with for a while now, which is we have to understand that some things will have to be lost. And you would say to me, well, Chieko, you know, it's just a few crazies. No, I've actually bumped into quite a few people online who can't stop complaining about the Jackson adaptation. Like, it's fine to say, hey, there were some things I disagreed with, but overall it was pretty good. You don't even have to say it was great. You don't even have to put in an S tier, right? There are some people who actively hate Tolkien's, like Jackson's adaptation, like it's like coming out of Satan's hellhole itself. It's not perfect, but it's about as best as we're going to get for a long time. And it is eons better than whatever happened in Rings of Power. And if you put Rings of Power in the same tier as Lord of the Rings, I think it's time to maybe start kickstarting a brain surgery for you, because you might have a tumor. Because there is no way that you could equate Rings of Power to even The Hobbit. The Hobbit, which had issues, was better than Rings of Power. The Hobbit, in my opinion, with all of its issues, because it should have only been a 2-film. Let's all be real here. Hobbit should have just been 2 films, not 3. It was still better than this crap that Amazon spat out. Okay, so let's see how chat is taking this so far. Orc Vagina, my new band name. I guess Tolkien didn't want to add cheap sex in Jackson either. I thank Iluvatar for that. True. This is a level of nuance I was not expecting from him, though I do not know his content. Yeah, same. I know his content epic, but I'm very glad to see that he has included this in here. I was worried about the Rings of Power as soon as I heard they were considering intimacy coordinator for the project. Yeah, I mean, my concern was they wouldn't know how to write that elevated spirituality that you get in moments in the Jackson version, and my fears were realized. But Chieko, the sea is always right. Oh, Wooly. Oh, you can't deny Grand Elf. Oh. Ironically enough, Christopher Tolkien was a purist, but there's a strong emotional attachment, obviously. Yeah. And once again, I'm not saying you can't be a purist. You can have whatever misguided notions you want in your life, just like you can be like a free-flinging anti-canonist. I just think that when it comes to adaptations, there are ways to do it, and even the best ways will require some cutting. It's just part of the parcel. Now, having said that, I will say that there were a couple of films that I've seen that actually improved on the written material. So that would be Prince Caspian. The Prince Caspian film with Ben Barnes was actually, I think, better done than the book itself. Bizarrely enough, I would argue that Johnny Depp's Willy Wonka film was as good as Roald Dahl's book, original book. Bizarrely enough. And I'll have to do a video essay on that one. And number 3, I have not read it myself, but I have heard from people that the film of 50 Shades is actually better than the book, which is a low bar, but there you go. Yeah. putting Rings of Power above Lord of the Rings transforms you into an orc. That's how they're born. The sea is always right. Oh my gosh. Stop it.
Here, I think you are absolutely at liberty to hold this position, but we would then be forced to debate the merits of film as a medium and not the merits of a specific filmic adaptation. And though I am happy for this video to run very long indeed, it is not the place for an argument about film qua film and its inadequacies such as they may be next to literature. If, on the other hand, you accept the premise that adapting Tolkien for film necessitates abridging Tolkien for film, then we move on to the question of faithfulness. What can be cut, what can be reordered, and what additions can be made without sacrificing the essentials of his story. And those essentials are, as I think I've shown, uniquely expansive where Tolkien is the subject, encompassing not just events and their sequence, but the thematic through line that begins before and concludes long after the film or the series in question. It should...
Yeah. So if I was going to do tiers of importance, for me, thematics matter more than what's happening on screen. It's nice to see Legolas walking on the snow, but if Legolas doesn't walk on the snow because of budget constraints, I can survive. What I can't survive is something more essential, like, for example, trying to have a sympathetic orc. That is unfortunate. For me, one of the mistakes of the Hobbit films is not actually the wild barrel sequence, although I thought that was a bit much. It wasn't actually the Lake Town Master. I loved Stephen Fry in that role. The issue was actually for me was Tauriel and Killy. I didn't see the need to have another elf-dwarf relationship when we already have one canonized in the literature between Gimli and Legolas. Those were the two who were famous, who could, you know, really kind of be the torchbearers, if you will, for a new age. And we didn't need to have another pairing to kind of undercut that or to kind of dilute that. That wasn't necessary to me. But even if you didn't like the Tauriel Killy pairing, the concept behind it, which is that races can come to understand one another, is still thematically in line with Tolkien, because that is something that Tolkien showed through Legolas and Gimli's relationship. So it's not against Tolkien per se, but I think it diluted some of the vision and the impact that is Legolas and Gimli's relationship. So for me, it's more about how are the thematics handled and less about, do we have, I don't know, does the Nazgul have hands on the ends of their wings or not? Or like even smaller things like, what's a smaller thing that was changed that I didn't really care about? Like some of the time crunching that happened in Lord of the Rings, Jackson trilogy. Like I was just like, you know. Okay. If you wish to push me back into some ethological or philosophical, okay, so what's Tolkien going to say here?
Or the series in question. It should be noted that Tolkien himself never precluded the idea of a film adaptation of his works. Some were indeed proposed during his lifetime, and this gives us a unique advantage, because not only is he on record expressing an interest in potential adaptations, we actually have his detailed script notes on one of them in particular. Tolkien was approached in 1956 or 1957 about a film penned by the, unfortunately for him, amateur scriptwriter Morton Grady Zimmerman, and it should probably tell you something of how it went when I say that after this experience, Zimmerman gave up the hobby. Now, it's unclear exactly what form the movie would have taken, with Tolkien himself initially under the impression it was to be entirely animated, though other sources deem it likely the Zimmerman film would have been a mix of animation and live action. In a letter to Robert Unwin sent in June 1957, Tolkien wrote, and I quote, "As far as I am concerned, personally, I should welcome the idea of an animated motion picture, with all the risk of vulgarization, and that quite apart from the glint of money, though on the brink of retirement that is not an unpleasant possibility. I think I should find vulgarization less painful than the sillification achieved by the BBC." Note for the viewer, that last is a reference to the massively condensed radio adaptation released in 1955. In a subsequent letter sent in April of 1958, and having had a chance to read through Zimmerman's draft storyline, Tolkien found the resultant vulgarization intolerable. He told Unwin, and again I quote, "He, Zimmerman, does not read books. It seems to me evident that he has skimmed through The Lord of the Rings at a great pace and then constructed his screenplay from partly confused memories, with the minimum of references back to the original. Thus he gets most of the names wrong in form, not occasionally by casual error but fixedly, always Boromir for Boromir, or he misapplies them, Radagast becomes an eagle. The introduction of characters and the indications of what they are to say have little or no reference to the book. Bombadil comes in with a gentle laugh. I feel very unhappy about the extreme silliness and incompetence of Zimmerman and his complete lack of respect for the original. It seems willfully wrong without discernible technical reasons at nearly every point. But I need, and shall soon need very much indeed, money, and I am conscious of your rights and interests, so that I shall endeavor to restrain myself and avoid all avoidable offense. I will send you my remarks, particular and general, as soon as I can." And this, inevitably, brings us to those remarks, particular and general, which prompted me to write this mini-essay to begin with. They are tremendously useful, not only for telling us what Tolkien himself considered important in adaptation, but that he told us what he considered important in adaptation. That he told us, and that people will still try to defend Rings of Power's lore substitutions anyway, helpfully confirms that age-old trope whereby people argue in the absence of fact at least as often as they argue over fact. It's quite possible, though in my view wrong-headed, to say that Rings of Power achieves worthwhile things with its substitutions, but it's impossible to say that Tolkien himself would have conceded that point. There is of course another argument to be had over the applicability of death of the author as a concept, and this mini-essay is not concerned with that subject. That subject is, I think, satisfactorily covered by the many hours in this video, proving that Rings of Power fails on its own terms anyway. Rather, my point here is specifically to show that Rings of Power fails as an adaptation by the standards set out by the very man whose work it purports to adapt, by showing just some of the ways its flaws mirror those of an adaptation he himself criticized. Prefacing his remarks in a 1958 letter to the agent and publisher Forrest J. Ackerman, Tolkien writes, "I have at last finished my commentary on the storyline. Its length and detail will, I hope, give evidence of my interest in the matter. Some, at least, of the things that I have said or suggested may be acceptable, even useful, or at least interesting. The commentary goes along page by page according to the copy of Mr. Zimmerman's work, which was left with me, and which I now return. I earnestly hope that someone will take the trouble to read it. If Zimmerman and or others do so, they may be irritated or aggrieved by the tone of many of my criticisms. If so, I am sorry, though not surprised. But I would ask them to make an effort of imagination sufficient to understand the irritation, and on occasion the resentment, of an author who finds increasingly as he proceeds his work treated, as it would seem, carelessly in general, in places recklessly, and with no evident signs of appreciation."
Oh, see, this is what I'm talking about, okay? You can sit around all day long and tell yourself that's okay to read whatever you want to into whatever that you are enjoying and bought. And I think as entertainment on your own, it is fine to dabble in experimentation and different approaches and interests. But to get into the habit, the mental habit of wholesale railroading an author and their work is, I think, a sign of narcissism, entitlement, and is ultimately oppressive. To take away what an author is trying to say and literally force through whatever you want is gross to me. And I say that as a person who has written for clients. I was paid to put what they want on the page. And if they come back to me with a 200+ word revision document with the stupidest changes, guess what I'm doing? I'm doing what they want because it's their idea, their IP, their vision, and whatever I might think, whether it's better or worse than what they are envisioning, it's not important. It simply is not, because I'm being paid to represent that person. And what I think is disgusting about Rings of Power and some of the new Star Wars stuff is that they are capitalizing on someone else's creative work and are eradicating their beliefs and their voice. And this is not okay. And this is what annoys me. And you know what? Fine. You want to eradicate the author? You want to eradicate their voice? Then at least do it well. You know? Don't show up with a phoned in script that barely counts as anything. Like that's even what annoys me even more, right? I'm with the bald one on this one. I'm with Asmongold on this one. Like if they at least put out something that had at least the level quality of the first few seasons of Game of Thrones or The Sandman, season 1, maybe even The Witcher season 1, we wouldn't really be here. But here we are because it really isn't good. It's time conflated. The costumes were funky. The acting was not great. I'm not saying that the actors themselves have zero ability. I'm saying they were poorly directed. The lighting was off. The script was terrible in terms of the dialogue that was coming out of the people's voices. The moments of sublime that they were attempting to get were completely undermined by the overfocus of the psychology of the individual. I could go on and on. Watch my video. The hobbits getting their weapons from a random ranger stash instead of the barrow dens worked well enough. He made a very modern day complaint. I just don't get it. I would be terrified if I had to revise the works of someone that great. Pretending that you can do it better is insane. I agree, Leo. It's disrespectful at the very start. There are situations where putting words in someone's mouth can be illegal if it damages their reputation. The people behind Rings of Power would have been arrested. The developers and directors, not the actors. Yeah, look, I think going after thespians, okay, and artists, and the people who are just there, who are just puppets, okay? I personally don't care. I have the beginning of a script about professionalism. And one of the marks of a professional for me is doing your research. But if a thespian comes into an IP like Viggo Mortensen did, and they know zippity-doo-dah about that IP, I don't care. Okay? So this is why I don't think going after thespians, oh, they don't know about Lord of the Rings. I don't care. It's how do they talk about the IP? How do they talk about the fans of the IP? Right? This weird notion that the thespians should care about the IP as much as you care about the IP is on principle equivalent to the leftist obsession of having actual gay people acting as gay people, actual disabled people acting as disabled people, so on and so forth. That's weird, okay? You're an actor. You're being paid to act something that you may not know anything about. It's good to do your research so you can come onto set ready. Your director and your acting manager and everybody should be preparing you for that, obviously. But I do not need my thespian to recite to me the deep lore of Silmarillion in order to do a good job in Rings of Power. I just need them to behave professionally during interviews, not attack people. I think what draws the ire of ordinary people toward these thespians, these actors, is when they come out and start saying weird shit. It's like, don't say these things. Just show up. Just say, I'm excited. I hope you enjoy my performance. And leave it there. Like, stop. Can we not be professional about this? And people also need to stop expecting all actors to be like 110% on board. There are going to be some people out there who are going to be acting in something that is really not their jam. But as long as they keep respectful and do the required research before getting on board the train, who cares how much they're reading it at home? Like really, let's all be honest here. I will say that Tolkien here is talking, he is literally speaking from beyond the grave here, okay? He is telling us that sillification, making something silly, or vulgarization, extreme vulgarization, will irritate him and cause him to feel resentful, cause him to feel like his work is being treated carelessly and recklessly with no evident signs of any appreciation. He is not feeling appreciated. And all I have to think is, if I was an author and I was selling my baby writing to be made into a film, and it really mattered to me. It wasn't just a pot boiler. It wasn't, cat boys. It was something meaningful. That was my life work that I spent 20 plus years on. Do you not think that I would have the right to get upset if it wasn't treated with respect? Because this is my voice that I've worked on for 20 years. This isn't like a little pot boiler I pooped out into the ether like Stephen King, right? This isn't some sort of 30K light novel that I wrote for self-publishing on Amazon. This is the product of a lifetime, and you're literally shitting on it. Like, my mind boggles. Like, how can you sit there with those I can't even. Okay, what is chat saying? He made a very modern day complaint. Tolkien? Are you talking about Tolkien? Yeah, Tolkien is literally being represented by the fans. These fans aren't making up what the author wanted. The author has already stated what they wanted. This isn't a question of, oh, well, we don't know how Tolkien would feel about this. No, we know. We're speaking for the dead. Like, how can you literally sit there with the smug faces that you have and live with yourself after literally taking a dump on a 30+ year journey that an author has made with a piece of work that was intended to have significance for his people and his culture? Like, I can't even. It's disrespectful at the very start. There are situations where putting words in someone's mouth can be illegal if it damages the reputation. If it's applied to written work, the people behind Rings of Power would have been arrested. The developers and directors, not the actors. Yeah. Like you said, Epic. Like, we shouldn't be going after the actors. The actors don't matter. It's the directors and the writers. That's who we should be going after. There are times when the directors straight up tell their staff to not do research. Yeah, that's just terrible. Modesty is too much to ask for these people, I guess. No. The decent example are the actors for Qui-Gon Jinn and Count Dooku. They did their best with Play-Doh. Yeah, Wooly. Wooly. Liam Neeson. Anyway, yes, absolutely. They went in there. They did their job. Do you know, by the way, what actor hated their role? Do you want to know one actor who absolutely hated their role? Wait 1 second. My favorite guy. Sir Alec Guinness famously called Star Wars rubbish in private letters he wrote to friends from the set. He literally did it for the money. When Alec Guinness told a boy to never watch Star Wars again, he hated Star Wars to a certain degree. And I also think that he really hated it because his character got killed off in a way that he didn't like. Now, don't get me wrong. I love Sir Alec Guinness, right? He was the grandfather in Little Lord Fauntleroy. He was, I think he was a sheikh in Lawrence of Arabia. Supposedly, he once made a 12-year-old boy cry. He told the boy to never see Star Wars again. Okay? This is not good. But this is an example. I do think this was unprofessional, by the way. As much as I love him, that was unprofessional. You should not be doing that to a 12-year-old fan. That's silly. However, this dogpiling of actors and actresses because they don't like my IP is stupid. There are tons of fantastic actors out there who dislike the IP and were very critical of it. But let's all be real here. These writers are absolute nonsense.
Of what it is all about. The canons of narrative in any medium cannot be wholly different, and the failure of poor films is often precisely in exaggeration and in the intrusion of unwarranted matter owing to not perceiving where the core of the original lies.
Now, there are a couple books, like I said, Prince Caspian, which is one of the most vapid books written by C.S. Lewis, and Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, which actually has some very good moral lessons, some good ideas in there. But both film adaptations for them actually strengthened. In fact, with Prince Caspian, they filled in with a spiritual message that was lacking from the book. So in the film, they put in a stronger allegory than was originally intended. Do you know how rare that is? Like, to start with, you have to begin with a weak book, and most books aren't weak, right? But in the case of Prince Caspian, it survived memory because it's linked to amazing other books like Horse and His Boy, Silver Chair, Voyage of the Dawn Treader, so on and so forth. And by virtue of its relationship with these amazing books, Magician's Nephew, yada yada, Prince Caspian has remained in the public eye, more or less, in the eye of the literature world anyway. So what this means is you would have a book that would otherwise fall by the wayside, sustained beyond its limits when there is literally nothing there. And the film actually injected into it much needed meaning because the original book absolutely failed. However, if the book is very strong to begin with, the chances of improving on that book further is very rare. So if the book is really shitty, there's a chance you can improve on the book. But if the book is really solid, even though it's not perfect, but if it's very solid, there's more chances that you're going to fuck up somewhere, because it's very hard to top a very well-written book. And even if you went and looked at Tolkien and said, yeah, there's weaknesses in his writing, overall, it's solid. And it's certainly better than most modern writers today. Oh, epic. Harrison Ford hated it too, right? Yeah, I remember hearing rumors that Harrison Ford hated it as well. That's why he asked to be killed in episode 7. He wanted out. That's what I heard. So there were a lot of people who were like, how could they kill Harrison Ford? I was like, easy. He wanted out. He wanted out so hard. He despised Han Solo. Yeah, that's what I heard. Yeah. Disney's Artemis Fowl's adaptation disappointed me terribly. It all really depends on if the director cared enough about the IP. Absolutely, Arm. I agree. Now, I have not seen Artemis Fowl. I did read the book, the first book. So I haven't seen how terrible it is. Do you know what was also fascinating? I watched recently. Yeah, let's see. I recently watched Black Cauldron, which is an adaptation of some books by some Alexander Lloyd or whatever, Lloyd Alexander. Anyway, terrible adaptation. Terrible. Should I be remiss assuming we're still on the first video? Shh. Look, I'm tilting, okay? But Little Platoon is saving us. More or less.
Now, I do not propose to reproduce his remarks in full. That would be excessive and not especially comprehensible, given I don't have the script on which he's commenting. Rather, I'm going to select a cross-section of his comments to illustrate a couple of points. First, that those who cry nitpicker at me would find Tolkien himself intolerable, and I hope for a singular reason, that these people neither understand nor engage with actual artistic production. Second, to show in what small details Tolkien locates the core of the original. And third, to show that things Tolkien considered intolerable in the Zimmerman script are present in Rings of Power, thereby redirecting these criticisms from Tolkien himself at Rings of Power. The first of my selection, and I quote, "Gandalf, please, should not splutter, though he may seem testy at times. He has a sense of humour and adopts a somewhat avuncular attitude to hobbits. He is a person of high and noble authority and great
Great dignity. Tolkien. Tolkien, Mr. Tolkien, sir. What if Tolkien gets amnesia? Have you thought about that? Tolkien with amnesia. Questions, Mr. Tolkien, sir. Just questions. Inquiring minds need to know. Would he splutter if he got amnesia? Just wondering. By the way, he wouldn't. Just because you have amnesia doesn't eradicate how you behave. And in fact, there was a Canadian woman who got amnesia, and they searched for her in the databanks. They couldn't find any missing persons match when they noticed that she was abnormally polite. So they reached out to the RCMP. They ran missing persons in Canada, and they discovered that she was in fact Canadian. Now, that might be an urban myth, but it is a case in point wherein just because you have amnesia doesn't mean that you suddenly lose your vocabulary and you become an idiot and you talk like you were in grade 5. I have to say, though, Gandalf is not the only person in Rings of Power who sounds like an idiot. And it is actually because, in my opinion, most modern people do not know how to write any person of high and noble authority and great dignity. I actually enjoyed the Avatar: The Last Airbender live action for the most part. I actually did not mind most of it. My huge beef with it was the way the adults were written, given the supposed adult nature of the show. The adults sounded like idiots, which just goes to show you that your adults and your wise sages will only be as wise sounding and as wise as the authors writing them. So if your authors do not know how to write or construct a dignified sentence, guess what? Your characters are going to sound like morons, and they do in Rings of Power. Fight me. The sea is always right. Okay, look, chat, all right? Yeah, the concept of the sea is always right. Never had an issue with that. How it was said and how it was actually written bothered me. Okay, let's keep going. Okay, so lack of dignity.
I'll be making this comparison at greater length later, but if Tolkien found a mere splutter on Gandalf's part to be character-breaking, I very much doubt he'd appreciate Rings of Power's characterization of Galadriel, or indeed Gandalf. The second point I include having already complained about it, because I'll have much more cause to complain about it later. When Mighty Morphed Power Elf manages to ride a horse from Mordor to Eregion with a badly wounded man bleeding out in just 6 days. From Tolkien's script notes, here I may say that I fail to see why the time scheme should be deliberately contracted. It is already rather packed in the original, the main action occurring between September the 22nd and March 25th of the following year. The many impossibilities and absurdities which further hurrying produces might, I suppose, be unobserved by an uncritical viewer, but I do not see why they should be unnecessarily introduced. Time must naturally be left vaguer in a picture than in a book, but I cannot see why definite time statements, contrary to the book and to probability, should be made.
That's a good point. So, like, if you start out with Frodo leaving the Shire and they're walking on foot for a chunk of the way, you can hand wave away certain time constraints, but you don't want to go out of your way to be like, yes, and that only took 1 week. There is a modern problem where there's a feeling like we gotta rush through things. Like, Lord forbid something take a year to unfold on TV.
Seasons are carefully regarded in the original. They are pictorial and should be, and easily could be, made the main means by which the artists indicate time passage. The main action begins in autumn and passes through winter to a brilliant spring. This is basic to the purport and tone of the tale. The contraction of time and space in 2 destroys that. Zimmerman's arrangements would, for instance, land us in a snowstorm while summer was still in. The Lord of the Rings may be a fairy story, but it takes place in the northern hemisphere of this earth. Miles are miles, days are days, and weather is weather.
You notice he's hopping over this. Okay, he's hopping over this, but I want to linger here. The main action begins in autumn, passes through winter to a brilliant spring. This is basic to the purport and tone of the tale. The whole point of Lord of the Rings is about coming through a winter time of the soul, coming through a winter time of society and the world, and coming out on the other end due to miracle into spring, into a new age. And that is why, for example, in Tolkien's work, he wanted to focus on autumn, winter, and spring because it underpins the thematic message. It's one more underpinning under this theme of renewal. And actually, Jackson does have both Lothlorien and, Lothlorien is more perpetual, but in Rivendell, you see it in autumn. And then they have the winter, and he touches on the spring at the end. This is like literature 101. If you can't do this analysis and link the time to the theme, get out. Like, there's the door, leave. I'm like Sherlock Holmes shutting the door in the face of Anderson. Thank you, Anderson. Moving on. Like, yeah. You know why they came up with that quote? Because of what's going to happen. They're waiting to use it when the city goes bye-bye. Yeah, Shay, that's actually what I thought too. And I thought, oh, they're worshiping the sea, and there's going to be this delightful twist when the sea destroys them, and it's going to be the turning of the gods against them in a physical and in a special kind of way. And I like that. My problem was the mantra is just lame. It's stupid. Ooh, party. Are you? Oh, is party in? Chat, party is in. Say hi. I'm checking my Discord now. Oh, Deck is here. Oh, yes. So I did. Let's see if this will... Yeah, there we go. Yeah. So... Oh, I'm glad to hear that, party. That's awesome. I saw the picture of you in the hot tub, so you're settling in already, huh? I can now rely on asking mom to take a photo of you, and we'll have like regular photo updates of you in your life. Party, we're watching Little Platoon. So far, I'm agreeing with him more than I thought I would, which is good, which is a nice change. And we're watching him talking about canon, and so far it's been very good. I've been impressed by the fact that I think he could have touched a little bit on the different levels, because I think it's more than just the 2 levels he talked about. But so far, wait 1 second. Wait 1 second. Yeah, this Can everyone... hear me okay? We had another restart. Our internet is just not great today. Oh, Miro, I saw that. I saw that. Sorry, everyone. I am back, hopefully. I hope everyone can hear me all right. Okay, so we were watching Little Platoon, reading some of Tolkien's statements. We're seeing, well, actually, we're not seeing. We are reading a voice from the past where he is requesting that people remain faithful to his work as far as is able, because it's his work, it's his voice. Now, what I appreciate about Little Platoon, he did point out that making a film is expensive. There are cuts, both time and content, that will happen. And this is usually due to budget constraints, time constraints, things like that, by the medium itself. But overall, he's still pushing for the creators who are adapting his work to try to get as much as they can. Yeah. Okay. So let's play and let's see what else he says.
Miles are miles, days are days, and weather is weather. Contraction of this kind is not the same thing as the necessary reduction or selection of the scenes and events that are to be visually represented. By the same token, Rivendell was not a shimmering forest. This is an unhappy anticipation of Lorien, which it in no way resembled. It could not be seen from Weathertop. It was 200 miles away and hidden in a ravine. I can see no pictorial or story-making game in needlessly contracting the geography. This next I choose because it's a fine example of what insufferably casual people consider a nitpick being really, in fact, quite consequential, as would be apparent if these sorts of people prized turning their brains on more than turning them off for their own entertainment. Its final lines also seem especially pertinent to any discussion of Rings of Power. Lambus, Waybread, is called a food concentrate in the Zimmerman script. As I have shown, I dislike strongly any pulling of my tail toward the style and feature of contes de fées or French fairy stories. I dislike equally any pull towards scientification, of which this expression is an example. Both modes are alien to my story.
Oh my gosh. So I like this because this modernification, this kind of like, we got to explain what a proto-hobbit is, this modernized language that creeps in from sloppy writing. I also dislike it. It's sloppy. It just shows that the writers aren't educated.
We are not exploring the moon or any more improbable region. No analysis in any laboratory would discover chemical properties of lambus that make it superior to other cakes of wheatmeal. I only comment on the expression here as an indication of attitude. It is no doubt casual, and nothing of this kind or style will, I hope, escape into the actual dialogue. In the book, lambus has two functions. It is a machine or device for making credible the long marches with little provision, in a world in which, as I have said, miles are miles, but that is relatively unimportant. It also has a much larger significance, of what one might hesitatingly call a religious kind. This becomes later apparent, especially in the chapter Mount Doom, page 2135 and subsequently. I cannot find that Zimmerman has made any particular use of lambus even as a device, and the whole of Mount Doom has disappeared in the distorted confusion that Zimmerman has made of the ending. As far as I can see, lambus might as well disappear altogether.
Yeah. People might not know this, but Lembas is not just a device for giving them energy to walk all of those miles, but it is also a significant religious symbol of the Eucharist. And once again, if you can't appreciate that, if you don't get that, that's a you problem. That means you have not done your research as a writer to understand why Lembas and Mirovir, I believe was the drink, I think, why that was important. The whole point of Galadriel handing out Lembas and Mirovir is tying together two significant symbols in the Catholic faith and partially other forms of the Christian faith, which is the Eucharist, the Lord's table, and for Catholics, the symbol of the Virgin Mary. Now, of course, Galadriel is not a virgin, and she is not Mary, but she comes from that divinely blessed, shall we say. And she acts in that sense in some ways like that. She is not a perfect one-to-one of Mary, the Virgin Mary, but she is definitely in the wheelhouse. And so when Jackson, okay, and I know that some people got it. I'm sure some people in chat got this. As soon as they saw it, they were like, yep, yeah, that's it. That there she be, right? Let's see if Google will work for me. Yes, sort of. Here. Let's see. Let's see if I can find the screenshot. It can be a bit difficult. Come on. Okay, wait a minute. When you type in Galadriel now, it's like, it's now like polluted with the Galadriel from Wish, sadly. Oh, here we go. Oh, no. Yes. Oh, no. Sort of. Okay. Oh, here we go. I don't know if people remember this scene, but she raises her hand and she's standing in the, I forget, like she's standing in the, yeah, here we go. There. This moment. Right there. But you all can see it, right? I give you the light of Arendelle, our most beloved star. May it be a light to you in dark places when all other lights go out. This moment here, Jackson got it. Now, Jackson himself, probably not Catholic, not expecting him to be Catholic. He still got it. He still put it in. You know? Have fun, party. Anyone who uses the term proto-hobbit got their fantasy experience from WoW. It's a holy MacGuffin. Only certain people are allowed to make Lembas, and then only at certain times and circumstances. Yeah, Mirovir. Yeah, there. I was. Yes, I'm back from the dead, Wooly. We're talking about how Lembas and Mirovir were symbols of the Eucharist. And Galadriel is not a one-to-one equal with the Virgin Mary, but she's clearly there's aspects of how she is presented, and Jackson definitely leaned into it, which is why I'm showing this GIF of her raising her hand, of purity, even though she is obviously not a virgin. She had a child, you know, she was married with a husband. She wasn't divinely conceiving anybody, so she's not one-to-one with Mary, but there is an elevation about Galadriel, and to get some of this wrong is to show the lack of research you have done. Like you haven't done your research. Whatever you can say about Jackson, he was at least willing to go there a little bit and be like, oh yeah, we have that. Image formats are not peanut butter. Well, here's a non-GIF version. Here's a non-GIF version. But even here, you know, you could see that she's almost like shining from the inside out. And it's just very, I don't know. They made her ethereal on purpose. And I think they were tying Galadriel to that higher place. And they were linking Lembas with her and Miravir with her because that's all kind of part and parcel of, you know, Catholic faith, of which Tolkien was a Catholic. So, like, if you as a writer if you haven't figured this out, like, what are you doing?
I do earnestly hope that in the assignment of actual speeches to the characters, they will be represented as I have presented them in style and sentiment. I should resent perversion of the characters, and do resent assignment of actual speeches to the characters. And subsequently, I cannot find that Zimmerman has made any particular use of Lambas even as a device, and the whole of Mount Doom has disappeared in the distorted confusion that Zimmerman has made of the ending. As far as I can see, Lambas might as well disappear altogether. I do earnestly hope that in the assignment of actual speeches to the characters, they will be represented as I have presented them in style and sentiment. I should resent perversion of the characters, and do resent it so far as it appears in this sketch, even more than the spoiling of the plot and scenery. And finally, of Zimmerman's treatment of Return of the King, Pan 3 is totally unacceptable to me, in whole and in detail. If it is meant as notes only for a section of something like the pictorial length of 1 and 2, then in the filling out it must be brought into relation with the book, and its gross alterations of that corrected. If it is meant to represent only a kind of short finale, then all I can say is, The Lord of the Rings cannot be garbled like that. Now, it should be noted that this is only a selection of Tolkien's remarks, and that selection has been made with applicability in mind. Applicability to story, less so to medium. Tolkien was not a director or a screenwriter, and though several of his notes are astute on points of imagery and staging, that has at least as much to do with Zimmerman being incompetent as Tolkien being basically competent on that subject. If you create a kind of scorecard out of the complete set, the Jackson films hold up significantly better, either than Rings of Power or the proposed Zimmerman script, but there are still discrepancies. Tolkien, for instance, rejects the idea of the ringwraiths screaming, preferring them to be entirely silent, with the fear they instill represented almost exclusively by their effect on those who see them. But pretty well every adaptation into either radio or film has given the wraiths an audible quality, including the Peter Jackson films, which otherwise clearly took inspiration from Tolkien's notes here, especially for the wraith's emergence on Weathertop, and I put that down principally to the differences in medium. A scream would not have been right for the book, where description alone can convey the wraith's effects, but complete silence would have been wrong for radio and film, which rely on a direct relationship with your senses. The Jackson films also—
Well, especially radio. Could you imagine? There's just like dead silence for like a couple seconds. People are like, excuse me, hello, anyone there? No. Yeah. Little platoon, is stealing my ovaries tonight.
Wrong for radio and film, which rely on a direct relationship with your senses. The Jackson films also make significant changes to the manner by which information is delivered. For instance, in the books, both the Ents attack on Isengard and Aragorn recruiting the army of the dead are not shown in the moment, in real time, but rather they are narrated back to us after the fact. And there we have an easy demonstration of what is acceptable, even preferable, in a book, being neither acceptable nor desirable in a film. If Peter Jackson had cut away from Aragorn entering the mountains to a scene later in which Legolas says something like, "Oh, by the way, yeah, we recruited an army of ghosts," that film would come across as something of a joke. But the key difference is that in the main, the changes concern only the manner by which information is delivered, and not the information being delivered, either in content or moral or purpose. Where the Jackson films succeed as adaptations, while Zimmerman would have failed and Rings of Power has failed, it's because Jackson strove to find the most dramatically satisfying way of telling Tolkien's story on the screen, while Zimmerman and Rings of Power, by a mix of accident and design, seek to tell a different story about different characters that just happen to share names with Tolkien's creations.
I would argue that he could probably make a whole film about this, like a whole video about this. I feel like I did talk about it. I think whatever you can say about where Jackson failed, he had moments in his film that were elevated, that reminded you this is something more. We're doing more here. And that to me is more meaningful than clinging on to shreds of something that aren't necessary to get the heart of the thing across. And I'm very forgiving about letting go some details if the heart and the impetus is there. The problem with Rings of Power is it is a modern story about the psychology of a person. And on top of that, that modern story of a psychology of a person is being poorly done. So they're not even getting that right. And any time that they get close to sublime, and there were a few times where they got close to the sublime, it was always undercut by over-focus on the character's psychology. But even if we were like, okay, fuck it, this is part of some non-canon universe. It's not tied to the books. It's not tied to the films. It's in its own Tolkienian special universe, right? On its own, absolutely separate. This Galadriel is not the same Galadriel as Cate Blanchett's Galadriel, okay? Let's pretend that we severed all connection to any other forms of the Tolkienian brand, okay? We artificially came in, chopped the umbilical cord, and we're like, this is not part of that canon. It still would fail to hold on its own. And I don't care if people enjoyed it. People can enjoy shit. And that's a fact. I enjoy crap all the time. It's still not good. It is still not good. I'm sorry. There's no amount of me hand-waving this away. It's poorly done. It could be done better. You can absolutely tell the tale of a woman who comes to realize that she is fallible, that she doesn't know everything, and that she is flawed. And you can absolutely tell that tale and make it very meaningful. In fact, they started telling that tale in the first season of The Witcher with Yennefer. In the first season of The Witcher with Yennefer, Yennefer admits and comes to understand that she has given up what she really wanted and didn't know she wanted because she, got sucked into a lie. But she actually wants to have children. and she's willing to do anything to regain her lost motherhood. But she has given that up in order to be beautiful and youthful for a preternaturally long time. And Gerald has to kind of call her on her BS. Kind of has to slap some senses into her. Be like, you can't have it all, girl. You can't have it all. You can't be running a kingdom, telling what people to do, and have a baby, looped onto your hip. And I actually liked what The Witcher was trying to do with Yennefer, because it was showing a woman wrestling with regret. Because she believed a lie about where happiness can be found for her. And I thought they were going in a fairly good direction with that. Now, of course, the show has gone to shit. But they can't even get that right with the show. It's just incoherent. The first season had too much going on. Way too much going on. Way too much going on. The scope is too large for the writers to handle. They can't write fantasy. There's just too much going on. Galadriel gets VIP access. The Nazgul weren't silent. They made a wailing, suffering sound, didn't they? No. Apparently, Leo, they made snuffling sounds. They would sniff, but that was about it. There was a majesty to it, yeah. The March of the Rohirrim was one of the best scenes I've seen in a movie, yes. March of the Rohirrims, lighting of the beacons, Arwen's vision, the passing of the elves, the first revelation of Rivendell, the opening with the Shire. There's just moments that are so meaningful. Yeah.
Purists can and will complain about Jackson's films, and occasionally they are right to do so, but the strongest charge that can be laid at Jackson's door is a failure of delivery, while the strongest charge made against Rings of Power is a total failure of intent, of understanding, of point, and of purpose. Tolkien himself said he was prepared to accept vulgarization as a risk in any adaptation. What he refused to accept was sillification. If Peter Jackson occasionally vulgarized, Rings of Power consistently sillifies, and therein lies the essential difference. And now I think that is firmly established, back we go to Silly Earth.
Yeah, he's absolutely right. To expect pure whatever is crazy. You can't do that. But to hand wave away how much wrong Rings of Power has gotten it, it's like, yikes. You know what I mean? Like, yikes. Okay, this is 11 minutes long, and given how fast Rageholic talks, another man who I find extremely attractive, and he is witty and charismatic and everything that I am not. He can turn a phrase. Let's find out about China exporting ESG. We're going to find out if Wooly is going to become the mouthpiece for China from playing too much of gacha games. That's what we're going to find out from this. But before we get into talking about China, let's see how chat is doing. Chat, what was your thoughts on what we were just talking about? So probably the one thing that I would disagree with or would want to enhance more on is talking about the tiers of Tolkienian lore, because I do think there was some Tolkienian lore that was kind of left on the table that was not clarified, and it has opened the door for people to come in and say ridiculous things. But if they were being honest, they would have known that they could look at other material and draw conclusions and inference through literary analysis to understand how to clarify that lore. So an example would be the birth of the orcs. We don't exactly know how orcs were born. Tolkien himself was still struggling with it, and he left the question more or less unanswered. What we do know is that orcs are evil, and we do know is that they're rebellious mother little, and they have a disenfranchisement. They don't like Sauron, but they're certainly not misunderstood, family-loving folk, okay? And Rings of Power may not have access to refer to specific moments in Lord of the Rings, but they could use their brain, look at the Lord of the Rings dialogue of the orcs, draw some inferences, and go from there. And they could have orcs having babies, for sure, but they could reveal that their family structures are all but disintegrated. The children are basically raised in packs, and the women are, either just cannon fodder for the war, just like another body on the field, or they're essentially slaves or victimized by the orc patriarchy. But them presenting this orc family was cringe AF because it was a clear insertion of modern concerns. And Tolkien's stuff is, sorry, I shouldn't say modern concerns. Scratch that. Postmodern concerns. Tolkien is modern, and he was writing for pre-modern. So they're injecting their postmodern rhetoric into a modern piece of work that's attempting to be pre-modern. Disgusting and very wrong. Ni hao, fellow Guaylo. I would like to say I voted 75% agreement. Yes. Okay. So for those of you who expected 50% disagreement, I am happy and sad to say that I was more in 75 to 80% disagreement, agreement. I was surprised and happy about Little Platoon's take on it. I thought for the most part, he did a fantastic job. I would have liked a bit clearer definition of what canon is and how to discern canon within Tolkien stuff. He did touch on it. I think because he edits at a clipping rate, some people might miss out on the nuances of that part. But I did like his more balanced approach to adaptations. He calls out kind of both sides of the extremes of both arguments. And he really, what I really feel most happiness about, where my heartwarming feelings are coming from, is the fact that he is highlighting the voice of an author who is gone. Tolkien cannot speak for himself. He is dead. So we, as his fans, have to speak for him, because clearly he is being silenced and he's being rewritten, and it's almost it's disrespectful. It's disrespectful, period. And if you are an author, if you are creative, you should feel sympathy for this guy who's dead, because his work has been co-opted. It has. I don't agree with the co-option of anything. I didn't like it when I found out that that the literature book my mother gave me from it was called Abeka. Probably only Unraken recognize Abeka. But in Abeka, they only gave you the prologue to Chaucer's Tales because the rest of Chaucer's Tales was racy. Oh no, Shay knows Abeka. Oh, Shay, were you raised with Abeka as well? Oh my gosh. I love it. I love it. Okay, so Shay also knows Abeka. So, oh my gosh. So I didn't appreciate how they cut out stuff that they thought wasn't appropriate because it went against their Christian sensibilities. but they still had the prologue in there because Lord forbid they leave it out altogether. So they were trying their best. They were like, okay, we'll put the prologue in here because it's a must read, but we're going to like sanitize it. And I didn't appreciate that. Oh my Lord, Sunlight. Oh my gosh. Oh. My mom went through like a whole Mennonite phase as well, where we were doing like tree and knife or something. Anyway, yeah. Okay. All right. What else are people saying? I blamed the age of fan fiction. As a fan fiction writer, I am disturbed by how these people cross the streams. You can have fun. You can have a mental romp with something, but don't get in your head that you're a better writer than the original, or that you can speak for the original. So I could relate to the entire video. I suppose Epic, that's one way to look at it. I don't know enough about Tolkien to have a deep conversation, but I know what it's like to love a legacy and watch it being tarnished. Yeah, you know, and it's not just about Tolkien. I just want to make it clear. Like right now at the moment, there's a discussion going on with Bridgerton. Now, I might not be into Bridgerton. It's not my cup of tea. But right now, there are a lot of fans fighting for the original work of Bridgerton because something was changed recently and they got upset. Now, we can laugh at the people who like Bridgerton, but the reality is it matters to them. And Bridgerton was written by somebody, and it mattered to them as well. So, to a degree, I would say, well, not even to a degree, I would say, period, people have the right to go out and complain if the IP or brand that they really liked was shat on. Like, they should go out. They should vote with their wallet. But the reality is that people are going to float in and they're going to look around. They're going to be like, oh, this is fine. This seems fine to me. I had fun. It's like, everyone wants to tell their own version of the story and their own story in that lore and make up their own lore where they don't like the lore. Is this Shay talking about WoW, but not talking about WoW? Narcissism. Yes, narcissism. Or it's born of grand appreciation for a setting that's achieved a spiritual hook in the fanfic writer. Fanfiction writer that abuses source material. We tried Sunlight, Abeka, and Voyage of Discovery. Ooh. I think for me, the issue with fan fiction is when it spills into professional fiction, right? You go online, you give something for free to the world, right? All you're asking for, maybe at most, is a review, right? I honestly don't think that's so terrible. The problem is that it feeds, Shay is right, it feeds into this idea that I can do it better. And you combine that with the Dunning-Kruger effect, where you have these people who think that they're good when they're not actually good. They haven't yet figured out that they're still got a while to go. And you combine it with that, and I think you come out with a certain brand of writing and a certain approach to brands or IPs that is really gross. Never mind the ideological impulses that may or may not be involved with the process. So for me, having fun with fan fiction, I don't see the harm in it. It's when you're being hired to represent somebody. It could be D&D. It could be WoW. It could be Final Fantasy. It could be Lord of the Rings. It could be... what else? What is it called? Forgotten Realms or Warhammer 40K, whatever it is. If you're hired to represent that, it is not your opportunity to shove in what you always wanted to see. And do you know how I know that this happens? It happened to me as a fan fiction writer. So one time I was writing and someone sent me like a comment and was like, oh, wouldn't it be cool if? And I was like, no. What if the fanfic ends up better than the original? Has that happened? When I write fan fiction, like my Solution 9 stuff, my goal is to write something that Yoshi would read and go, wow, I didn't know there was room for that in what I made. Nice. And that's about it. Yeah. I wrote Distortions in Time with that in mind. Epic. I wrote Distortions in Time with that in mind. Absolutely. You can absolutely approach fan fiction with a sense of professionalism and regard for the original writing that is respectful and sometimes elevated. Let's see if I can find it. It should be fairly straightforward. Oh yeah, here we go. Yes, continue. Dismiss. Notice. Okay. What I need to do is go here. Let's see if I can find this. I'm just trying to see if I can find the comment because it happened to me. But it might be difficult for me to find it given the internet being the way it is. But anyway, there was a comment where I had a commenter on my fanfiction low-key telling me what to do or suggesting to me ideas. And I was like, I felt like, get out of here. I wasn't happy. I think the problem is for me because it's my story. If you want to write fan fiction, like, you go and write it. But don't come to me and tell me, like, oh, you know, I want this or that. Oh, right here. Oh my gosh. I found it, chat. Okay, wait 1 second. Okay, here we go. I want to say I've been reading this for 3 days straight, and it has lost me a lot of sleep. It's a credit to you that I can't bring myself to regret a moment of it. I've had this idea in my head for the last 10-ish chapters of Thor and Loki arguing from the Avengers and getting really personal and insulting each other. Then Thor would call him Kola, and Loki would step back like he was slapped, and all the Avengers would understand. And then Loki would storm off, and maybe Tony or someone would go and speak to him, ask why it's insulting for him, etc., etc. Go on, right? And they weren't even trying to be mean, right? Thanks for your marvelous rating. They're being fairly supportive. But this suggestion here is so regressive and teenage for my story. I was like you could see I didn't reply. I was like, no. I foamed I went to one of my friends and I foamed about this because it was like, stop it. Like, if you want to see that happen, you go off and you write it. Don't come to me and ask me to write something for you. This is about me and what I want to do. I have spent the last 3 years of my life writing this. This is exactly the type of attitude that these writers have. Coming in and requesting things like that. It's like, no. I think it's the delusion of viewing your fanfic as canon, which you could argue that Rings of Power is a sort of anti-fanfiction if we're all ready to make theoretical terms here. No, it is fanfiction. It is fanfiction epic. You're equating respect for canon as being fanfiction. They are not exclusive. There is respect for canon. There is disrespect for canon. So there's respect. There's disrespect. And then fan fiction. There's some fan fiction that is respectful. There's some fan fiction that is disrespectful. There's some fan fiction that's not even worthy commenting on. Don't try to pretend to yourself that fan fiction is all about respect. It is not. Absolutely not. Some fan fiction is literally about self-insertion. It's masturbation, emotional masturbation. It's narcissism. And some fan fiction is ideological repossession. It's the reclaiming ideologically of a piece of work for yourself so you can sleep at night because you like this IP, even if you disagree with the ideologies of the creator. And by writing fan fiction, you can repossess it for your own and make it your own. There is absolutely room within fan fiction for disrespect. Now, there is some fan fiction that's called alternate universe, AU. I don't know why I'm explaining this, but maybe some people in chat don't know. So AU is fan fiction that is alternate universe. So let's go back up here. Let's go to my chapter index. Go. Look at my warnings here. This is a Banff Jotun Loki AU. At no point in time do I tell myself or do I tell anyone that this is canonical. This is AU. Like, I state it clearly. Set pre, during, and after Thor Avengers Assemble, MCU verse only. By the way, why did I say that? I said MCU verse only because there were people who were trying to write like the Norse version of Loki and throw it into the MCU like we wouldn't notice because they wanted more reviews and clicks. Then, of course, I put all of the trigger warnings because there was like child abuse and, you know, assault of a mind. Anyway. Then I talked about this is not a slash fic. It's Loki centric. This is an AU I thought up of based off of a bajillion other Loki is a Jotun AUs out there. Except I hope you can see my unique take on it. And then I also talk about I do not own them. Avengers, Marvel owns it, etc., etc. Yeah. How often has a better musical cover happened? I think only Disturbed Sound of Silence. So not often in the creative world. I'm trying to think now. I kind of like What's His Face's cover of Hazy Shade of Winter for Umbrella Academy. I really like that cover. I like a lot of, like, I like Twyla Paris's cover of Down in Yon Forest and Barbara What's Her Face's cover of Down in Yon Forest. I actually prefer Sarah McLachlan's cover of What Child Is This to the original song. I can definitely talk a lot about covers that I liked. Yeah. Yeah, anti fan fiction is not a thing. It is fan fiction that is disrespectful. It's an alternate universe fan fiction with a Mary Sue, and it's poorly written. The Metzen interview I linked to you contains a moment where he talks about how all the new team had their own stories they wanted to tell, and he had to learn to respect that and just know it's really sad that that's the state of things over there when they're hired to write that story, not their own stories. Yeah, exactly, Shay. If I'm a ghostwriter and I'm hired to write a story, someone else's story, me inserting things I want to see just for lols is not professional. Even if I'm right now, this is why I'm so stressed out. My hands are slowly going to devolve maybe into a state of dysetosis. Like right now, I'm having to do work on a story that I think is actually obscene and borders on stupid. But I'm going to be doing it because I was paid to do it. And I'm a professional. And as I'm doing it, yeah. I'm writing a justification page. That's what I call it too. I listen to song covers more than originals. Oh, Jonathan Young. I forgot about that. Yeah, I like him. And I like the Colin, what's his face? Colin, the deep voiced guy. Okay, we're going to listen to China, exporter of ESG. We're going to find out ESG. How is China exporting ESG? I can't promise to pause this a lot because he's going to be talking so fast. But let's see what he's going to say about China.
In today's video with a Chinese joke. I'd like to, but there's like a billion of them, and they're all pretty much the same.
Ha 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 ha.
If you've watched the sweet baby mama drama surrounding 4 Woken, Suicide Squad Kill the Franchise, and a Concorde disaster to rival Flight 4590, you know the commie consultants in the video game industry have been on a losing streak so tedious, so torturous, they've already been named honorary Arizona Cardinals. But as with all whiplash effects, it's rarely enough to merely excoriate awful games utterly beshitted by Bolshevism. The hive mind must also elect an alternative, something not necessarily based, and certainly not an explicitly conservative game, but positioned at least contrary-wise enough to provide a commercial counterpoint to the SJW dross occupying the aisle opposite. In the past, many games, from Witcher 3 to Hogwarts Legacy, have all but bathed in counterculture cash, only for it to later emerge that the developers who benefited from said anti-woke windfall were in fact danger-haired dogshit merchants in their own rights. The latest game to benefit from this phenomenon, African-American myth, Wukong. Today's video isn't about the quality of said game. If you enjoy the Chinese chimp fest in question, more power to you. But the curious case of Black Myth Wukong being the latest front in the culture war is worse by an order of magnitude than the lesser betrayals by the developers of Witcher, Hogwarts Legacy, or whatever the heckin' hell it happens to be this week. Because Black Myth Wukong is funded and at least in large part owned by the Chinese Communist Party, and the CCP is the primary funder of wokeness in the West, and no other country in the world comes within 500 miles of matching them.
Okay. Somehow I found a space where he can breathe. There was an anti-LGBTQ thing that was happening. I forget, somewhere in New England. I could be wrong. And it was a whole bunch of were they Muslims? Maybe, I think. And they were marching against gay stuff. And there were a whole bunch of Christians who were kind of doing that meme where, you know, like the two arms are clasping like bros. And I was like, what are you talking about? This idea of like the enemy of my enemy is my friend is the stupidest thing on this planet. It's like, oh yes, well, you know, we got Wukong here to save the day. It's like, yeah, okay. I listen to covers more often too, but just because I like them better, I don't think that makes most covers objectively better. Oh, that's a fair... I guess, you know what, Shay? I'm going to admit it. I'm a plebe when it comes to my music. I don't want to come into an objective analysis group and say, but I had fun listening to it. But, you know, yeah. He only pauses for effect. That's so true, Herman. Synthwave remixes slay me. I can't resist them. Oh, the synthwave remixes of Shadowbringers music. Oh, so good. Goodbye, Miro. Hopefully you can figure out your luggage situation. Anyway, so there's this kind of mistaken notion like, oh, you know, they're so based. And it's like, no, they're messed up too. So a lot of people might look to China and say, well, you know, Genshin Impact or some other game has sexy women. So they're keeping the sexy woman trope alive. So based. And it's like, well, you're literally funding a government that is not necessarily, if not outright, antithetical to you and the freedoms that you currently enjoy.
2022, the Soros Economic Development Fund, whose ESG spending dwarfs most governments in the West or East, yes, even the Middle East, fellow noticers, committed over 100 million British pounds or 130 million US dollars to pushing ESG, DEI, and all-around wokeness in the West. By the ass end of 2023, annual Chinese funding of ESG, bridge, and DEI initiatives in the Americas totaled an estimated $4.5 trillion, or roughly 1/3 what Tim Pool spends on gray shirts and Billabong beanies. And I can
I wonder if Tim Pool's somewhere in the corner frothing. I find that interesting. That has me thinking about some things that I heard from some of my Chinese friends. I wonder if they're purposefully feeding into the culture war to destabilize the West enough to get in sideways. Because what... Does chat know what Chinese university students do during the first month and a half of their university year? Does anyone know what Chinese university students do in the first half of the first semester of their first year? So it's the first half of their first semester of their first year. Crying Chinese. They burn incense and commune with their ancestors. They do army boot camp. They do army boot camp. Yeah. So like at least the first month, the first years. So the first years don't have regular classes. And they march around in large squares. Now you might say to me, but Chieko, they're not being actually they're not being taught how to fight hand-to-hand combat. They're not even really being taught how to shoot a gun. So what's the big deal? The big deal is that when it comes to sheer amount of bodies on the ground, they could march over us like ants. And if they need to mobilize cannon fodder, they can mobilize cannon fodder that can walk in a straight line together. Do you know how hard it was for Jackson's group of stunt people to get the elvish, like the actors who were acting as the elves marching into Helm's Deep, like getting people to march in a line? Do you know how hard it was? It's not easy. Like if we were asked to scramble to defend our country at this stage, I'm very black-pilled about our chances. Now, I think certain parts of America would have better chances. Obviously, I would hitchhike to Rage's house and hope for the best. But you know what I'm saying? Like a lot of Canadians, I'm even just thinking of Canada, maybe America isn't in such, but definitely Canadians, we wouldn't know. We'd just roll over. We'd be like, yeah, okay. They burn. Tim Pool is riding a skateboard made of pure gold. That's a good one. Oh, that's great. The enemy of my enemy is my friend is just a strategy to get rid of one enemy, and then you're against the other, and it's one-on-one. Yes, exactly, Leo. So it's helpful if you're thinking short term, but long term, like I sometimes wonder, do people really understand what's going on here? Like, I don't know. Anyway, let's keep going.
Already hear the rejoinder, but Razor! For all their Fidel Filatin faults, China are a titan of traditional morality, criminalizing all but the most benign of degenerate behavior under penalty of imprisonment. Right! Unless, of course, you count traditional Chinese morality, which they've stricken from the history books and replaced with commie claptrap under penalty of same. Look, if the hustle were any more elementary, Dr. Disrespect wouldn't be allowed within 100 yards of it. And it goes a little something like this. All but ban ESG in all its multifarious manifestations at home, while exporting it everywhere the hell else. Not at all unlike China shutting down domestic flights during COVID while keeping them in the air everywhere else. What hurts my enemy helps me. And I discussed this in detail in my Hollywood Was Always Red rant several years back, but China's predecessors, the Ruskies, understood this sensationally well, funding domestic anarcho-commies in the United States to the tune of millions from the foundation of the Bolsheviks in the early 20th century, right up until Perestroika sank the Soviet Union. And with the cratering of the Comintern, the Chi-Coms supervened their authority. There's a reason the CCP studies the Soviet collapse like a piece of Dead Sea parchment. More to the point, I'd hasten to remind you all that everyone's favorite pinko punching bag, Sweet Baby Inc., is a Canadian consulting firm. If you backtrack through the knotwork of nozzleheads who fund this propagandistic pablum, you'll eventually land upon Infinite Ammo Inc., a company founded by Alec Holovka, the dude who done deleted himself after Zoe Quinn claimed he kicked the crap out of her when they were engaging in pale, doughy intercourse. Infinite Ammo, like many Canadian developers, received kickbacks from the Kanuckistani government to keep production deep in the heart of Caribou country. And if you aren't apprised of Canada's vassal-overlord relationship with the CCP, well...
He's right. My brother, who is ex-military, has been following the issues that we've been struggling. But basically, we discovered real evidence that the CCP has been tampering with elections in Canada. We have on record people threatening a member of parliament. So certain Chinese pro-China people were threatening the life of a member of parliament, so like a senator for you Americans, and his family, for attempting to investigate how far this election tampering went and other issues that had been coming to the surface. And my brother told my family at one point, and I will ask him for more details, but he said there's been reports by the RCMP and certain other agencies in Canada, Kanakistan, as Rageholic would call it. And these reports reveal that CCP may be actually so far up our butt that we're basically, like, it's hard to tell how far we've been compromised. And that it is actually, this is a legitimate inquiry that is currently going on in Canada right now. Of course, Canadians aren't going to be airing this on mainstream news. Like, you're going to have to dig quite a bit to get there. But yeah, this is actually an ongoing issue. So, got to get this newborn fed and to bed. So I'll be off. Have a good night. Good night, and Rakan. If you aren't chronically online, his jokes will go right above your head. Yeah. Make Canada more American. Yeah. I mean, once again, I like Canada for being Canada, but there's parts of Canada that has allowed, let's just say this, we allowed non-Canadian citizens to buy land. And that might be okay in a country where, like Japan, where it's known that there's a due date for when the last Japanese citizen is going to live, you know, where there's a plunging population that needs to be brought in. But in Canada, this is different. Trudeau let them in. I think it's been going on for a little while. But I think Trudeau definitely made it worse, Leo. It's not just Trudeau. I should state, by the way, like they found, let's just say the whole parliament is compromised to a certain degree. I do think the air quote conservatives, which aren't as conservative as you might imagine them to be, are a little less compromised. But yeah, you're talking about Chinese buyers. Yes. It started in BC, but it's now eased elsewhere. Yes. Would you support a USA-Canadian border wall? On principle, sure. Practically, no. Because it's a waste of money. We don't have the same border traffic that U.S. has with Mexico. So first off, we don't have as much unwanted immigrants streaming over the border like America does. Okay. Most people want to get to America. They don't want to get to Canada. And even if they did want to get to Canada, most of them, we don't care about getting them. We're fine with bringing them in. We don't have the same illegal immigrant problem that America has. And even if we put up a border along the American-Canadian wall, let's say, to block out that tiny trickle that might be coming in, that's not stopping the tsunami that is happening through the airports. And we simply have so much territory up north, people can't imagine. Like, at one point, if I recall correctly, I'm going to just double check myself here. Yeah, here we go. Weather Station Kurt was erected by German U-boat crewmen of the Kriegsmarine in northern Labrador, Dominion of Newfoundland in October 1943 that was helping them triangulate. We have so much land, we can't even tell when Nazis are setting up a weather station. What? We have what up there? What's going on? Let's see if I can find... I'll have to dig deeper for another story, so I won't share that one, but yeah. Uh-oh, Nexus has been silenced. Hopefully you can unsilence it. Nexus, sorry I missed out on what you wrote. I mean, the Chinese are making business in Argentina, so we might as well be in the same conundrum. Sure. Yeah. Would you consider being annexed by the US? Yeah, if I had to choose between being... So I have a tier list. I know that sounds crazy. So if I had to choose... Okay, so here it is. Here's my choice, such as it is. Annexed by the US. Annexed by China. Annexed by any Middle Eastern country. This is my stance. I would rather live with Mao than deal with Saudi Arabia, Yemen, Afghanistan, Iran, Iraq, or any kind of anything like that. Oh, Russia. Good point. Russia or China? That is a good question. Who will run Canada down into the ground first? Maybe. Do I want Russia more than Canada? Russian men kind of sound more hot. But I don't know Russian. I don't want to learn a fourth language. So, yeah, we'll put it down there. Nexus is being silenced. ARM is being silenced? Oh, okay. Wait a minute. ARM? What's happening with ARM? Is ARM retracting things? Misclicked? Okay. I don't know. We're trying to decide. I already speak some Mandarin. I feel like I could survive in a China-owned Canada or a Russia-owned. I would not survive in a Middle Eastern-owned country. And there you go. I will be silenced eventually. Someone's going to figure it out.
Everything we discuss is then leaked to the paper. That's not appropriate. And that's not.
Did you hear that? He's like, Bushing, it's not okay.
All the way the conversation was conducted. If there is
否则这个结果就不好说了。
if
In
there is
Canada, we
sincerity
believe
on
in
your part,
free and open and frank dialogue, and that is what we will continue to have. We will continue to look to work constructively together, but there will be things we will disagree on, and we will
有
have
一些
to
可以签协议，但是
创造条件，创造条件。
let's create the conditions first.
好，好。
But even if you find those oblique connections unpersuasive, the raw, ridiculous data should do the job just fine. Tencent, the infamous online gaming and investment conglomerate with commie paw prints all over its investment portfolio, completely owns Conan Exiles developers Funcom, League of Legends douche canoes Riot Games, and the titwanks at Techland, while they boast partial or even majority ownership of everyone from Paradox to Epic, Bloober Team to Ubisoft to FromSoft. Hell, they even partially own the damn Discord app you use to call half-wits the hard R. Fortunately, they're hardly connected to the Chinese Communist Party at all. Unless, of course, you count the 275 separate party branches located in our corporate offices, including 11 members of the executive board, 3 members of the Disciplinary Inspection Commission, 722 part-time and 10 full-time Chinese Communist Party officials, all employed on site. Other than that, they've never even heard of Chinese communism. And those are the lowball estimates. In 2020, the Epic Times published a list of a known 7,723 party members or officials operating within Tencent across each of its myriad branches. And this was only one Chinese company. Trying to run an independent private business in a Maoist dictatorship ends about as well as playing leapfrog with a unicorn, which explains why a private Chinese business is equally as imaginary. But through it all, the theorem is stupidly simple. Export the same socio-political slop to your Western rivals in industries you're desirous to subsume that you brutally ban back in Beijing. And this through line tracks to more material matters as well.
Okay. He's stating a fact here, okay, that large portions of, first off, people have to understand that in China, no one owns property, okay? When the Chinese people tell you that they have a house, they don't actually understand, okay? First off, most of them don't own houses, they own apartments. That's mistake number one. They don't understand this, okay? Mistake number two is they don't actually understand true ownership because no one actually owns a house or an apartment. Like even renting it, you don't own it. So for example, I worked at a school. It so happened to be in the way of the city planner's development. And so within 3 months or so, we were moved out, put in a new school building, and that school was bulldozed. There was no negotiation. There was no, can we hold on to this building? It was like, there's going to be a road here. You have no choice. You are gone. And this was something we saw time and again. Now, I went over in 2008. This was around the Beijing era of the Beijing Olympics. And they were very, very, very keen to show the world that they were reasonable. But what a lot of people didn't know is that on the ground level, on the granular level, things were disappearing. They didn't want people to see China as being divided. And China was divided or is divided, depending on your assessment of the situation. That is to say, the Uyghurs. And so the city that I was in was one of the kind of secondary cities for the Olympics. I think some of the swimming took place there. And so they went through the community and they physically closed down and removed any sign of the Uyghurs within that city, especially where the foreigners hung out, because there were parts of the city where no foreigners went. And it happened over the space of a year and a half. And then over time, more and more Uyghurs disappeared. And this was a shame because the reason why I really know this happened, and and I noticed it happening was because there was a Uyghur restaurant we would go to, and there were Uyghur dancers there. And there was a Uyghur woman who would dance these beautiful dances, and they had my favorite Chinese food called Ding Ding Chow Mein. And one day I went there because I was craving, and the restaurant was gone, just gone. She was pregnant, I recall, and she went back to her people. And so I think people don't understand how much control over the everyday lives of their citizens the Chinese government has. Like, people can't really comprehend that. However, to suggest that because a company has a lot of CC party members, therefore it's all full of pro-CCP people is actually also a mistake. There were tons of students who privately admitted to me that they were taking the CCP party test simply because it was necessary to get a higher level job. Everyone wants to work in the government because you get paid better, obviously. And so you would, if you wanted to get into a government-linked company or the government itself or in some sort of administration position, if you wanted to be a police officer or a lawyer or some sort of legislator of some kind, you had to be part of the party. And there were many people who are part of the party and don't give a shit about the party. So, like, we need to... Yes, it's scary. There's a lot of party members and a lot of specific companies, but we also need to understand that a lot of these people don't know, don't care. They're simply pursuing what is expedient for them at the time. And if their really push comes to shove, they probably would do what the government tells them to do, and that's what's scary. But I think if you talk to quite a few members of the Communist Party, that a lot of them are very reasonable and very normal. It's when they get in the group, when they're in a hive mind together, that's where things get weird. But there were a lot of people that I talked to who would complain to me and be like, oh my gosh, we have to read Marx for the 10th time. I hate Marx. I actually had a student tell me in front of other people, I hate Marx. And they were done with it. They were done with the preaching. They were done with the proselytizing. They didn't care. They just wanted to pass this exam so they could get a good job. And I was like, okay, you got to tone it down here. I don't want to end up in jail because I don't want to appear like I'm encouraging you to say this. Like, it was very awkward for me as a foreigner because I didn't want to end up, investigated by the police. So I kept my lips sealed, as it were, but I definitely knew of some people who were part of the party, but were critical of what was going on. So to suggest that simply because Tencent, let's say Tencent has 90% of its workers are part of the party, that does not mean 90% of them have all drunk the Kool-Aid and all think that the government is great. On the other hand, because of the culture of following the group, of being afraid to stand out, of the fact that the government can put you in a labor camp at a moment's notice, the social credit system, they are effectively a problem. But I just wanted to clarify that a little bit so that people understand that it's not as simple as they're all crazy. Some of it is simply expedience, like them protecting themselves, protecting their family, trying to do what's right for the people they care about. He also mentioned that the Chinese government is packaging traditional values at home, but not all traditional values. And he's correct about that as well. Christians and Muslims are not the only people who are persecuted in China. Hardcore Buddhists and Taoists are also persecuted. So if you are too hardcore about your faith, it doesn't matter what faith you are, you can end up in a labor camp. A lot of the cultural history was lost during the communist uprising. And there are many, many Chinese people. Like, you get in a taxi and you talk to your average taxi man who can barely read his language, okay? And you ask them, what do you think about the history of China? They are proud of their history, their ancient past. They wish that the government of the 50s and 60s and 70s, etc., hadn't destroyed the amount of historical evidence that had been destroyed. They regret that. Quite a lot of Chinese people wish that didn't happen. And that's another fact. Like, so we gotta, although I think there is a definite correlation between the people and their government, this is another case in point where I think there is a division, and China will quash anyone who speaks out too loudly about it. China heard what you're talking about. Now we're all in trouble. How's time looking? I think we're good. We're still good, Ben, but very soon, yes. Castro's unlawful kid. If it turns out that Trudeau was Castro's kid, it would make so much sense. Argentina is building settlements in the Arctic. Canada can't build up north. That is insane. Are they really armed? Whoa, I didn't know that they were doing that. Oh, I'll have to look that up now. I wonder what it's like living in the Arctic. Canada is super pro-environmentalist, so they have to go through insane amounts of bureaucracy. It's not even just that. It's not just the environmentalism. There's no trees past a certain line in Canada. It's not just that. There's literally no roads to go up north. Let's say you want to build a community up north for some reason. How are you going to get food up there? You might as well just it's like importing food to New Zealand or Hawaii. It's expensive. How's China? Yeah, fell apart. Does that all the time. Don't worry about it. Yeah, well, who cares about any of the nuanced stuff, right? Yeah, that's true, Nexus. That's true. I guess I get a little annoyed because you have people who are pointing out some things, but they might not understand some of the ground level stuff that's going on unless they go to the country and live there for a little while. They went for quantity and not quality in terms of agents. Sometimes when you're in a large group, you can lose yourself and you have to resist the collective vibe. Yeah, absolutely, Epic. I mean, I'm averse to that. As soon as I feel a collective vibe, I start like, get me out. But yeah, absolutely. Free will is not an illusion. Yeah. Anyway, let's keep going. I just wanted to present some counterbalance. I do think that the party members of Tencent are effectively as dangerous and unhelpful as actual believing parties of the members of the party. I just want to clarify that there are probably a lot of people who are party members who actually don't really care. And if tomorrow the government changed overnight, they would not be grumbling and they wouldn't be dissident about it. They would just roll with it because they never really cared about that stuff to begin with. They just want the money for their family. I just want to, doesn't make it any better, but I don't know. Just had to say that.
Well, the fentanyl crisis gets more press than P. Diddley these days, and as with almost anything else in the Sol system, what doesn't get anywhere near as much play is the source of said crisis, namely that the rolling fields of fentanyl were first planted by Chinese commies. Look, China's almost as communist as Reddit's moderators, and incidentally, the CCP boasts partial ownership in Reddit in case you are curious. Point being, communist countries don't have private companies. To do business with Xi Jinping, you must first French kiss his Xi Jinping, a fact Trump was evidently aware of as his sanctions against the socialist supergiant impelled the CCP to add fentanyl to a list of controlled substances in 2019. And if you're wondering why we went from Shicon smuggling in fentanyl directly off the boat from Beijing to the Sinaloa cartel smuggling so-called precursor chemicals across the Mexican border in record numbers, take a bow, bitch. You cracked the easiest code since Contra. The result? The ugliest numbers this side of Jim Sterling's bathroom scale. In 2024 alone, DHS has apprehended 35 million fentanyl pills, or as Kurt Angle calls it, a slow weekend. And folks, those numbers are only up to August. The year ain't even 3/4 over yet. In 2022, less than 2,000 Chinese illegal aliens were apprehended on their way to Arizona from Mexico, which is at least twice as big as a Kamala rally without a rap concert. In 2023, that number fifth-tupled from 2,000 to 23,500 Chinese illegal aliens just inexplicably ambling around the Arizona desert in under 1 year. And if that sounds dangerous, just imagine if they'd been driving.
平頭係，看睇哦係。
A recent report from the House Committee on Strategic Competition found the CCP directly funded the companies pinching out those precursor chemicals, which they then export for the formulation of fentanyl. In 2023, 75,000 Americans fentanyl shuffled off this mortal coil. In this year alone, a Chinese drug lord was busted for shipping over 2 tons of Pinko pills into the U.S., while a money laundering outfit funding the Sinaloa cartel was also righteously shit-hammered. The location of said laundering operation? Say it now in your best Trump voice. China. China. White House advisor Jake Sullivan, you know, one of the people actually running the country while President Poopy Pants plays with his Duplo blocks, met with the Chinese all of 1 month ago, after which he assured us all China's unerringly committed to cracking down on crack. And in a paroxysm of cosmic irony, all of this occurred the same week Biden announced the observation of Overdose Awareness Month. Don't worry, Slow Mo Joe. Every time I watch the absolute State of the Union and see you geek to the gills on angel dust and pixie sticks, screaming at strangers and challenging long-dead relatives to a push-up contest, I am keenly aware of the dangers of an overdose, I assure you. If you're wondering how soap opera seriously the Sino socialists take the Chester-in-Chief since pressuring the Chinese to crack down on fentanyl in the past 2 years, the CCP has responded with, drumroll please, 1 entire drug arrest, who I'll pretend for my own amusement's sake was named doping. Look, whenever I point out the Chinese origin of ESG funding, I either get called a tinfoil hat-slinging conspiratard or criticized with equal acrimony for espousing what they construe as the incorrect conspiracy. But this is Big Boy World, gang, and you need to ask yourself a big boy question. Is it less disruptive, cost-efficient, and uncomplicated to send a roving retinue of trained cyber assassins to karate chop Chinese rivals? Or is it easier to fund debauched bullshit, ruinous narcotics, and jag-off gender ideology to ensure that before an American child reaches his preteen years, he's already had more identities than Mick Foley? Spy movies are hot shit.
Okay. I would have liked to have seen some of the articles he was showing on screen in full. I think I want to do more research on that. I find that very fascinating. I will say this. In 2016, I was in China. I was starting to think about going home because usually you have to make your decision in the November of the year before. So I was like, okay, I'm going to go home in 2017. So I decided fairly early on in 2016 that I would be returning home. And of course, as you know, there was the whole thing of Trump going on. So I was talking with various people, and of course Chinese people wanted to talk with me about it. I would be very quick to tell them that I was Canadian, but we would talk about it as third-party people looking in on, on this kind of situation that was, rather unprecedented. Anyway, so we were talking, and there were a lot of based Chinese people, and I mean that in the real sense of the word, who were interested to see what Trump would do for America. And there were also Chinese who were both pro-China, so like drinking the Kool-Aid, and then the based Chinese people who were critiquing their own government, who observed that America was weaker because of the woke stuff. Now, remember, having been in China for such a long time and only going back home every 2 years, I was aware that there was a massive societal shift ongoing, but I didn't have my finger on the pulse to see what was going on a granular level. And so when my Chinese friends were telling me things like, oh, Americans are becoming stupid and et cetera, from the concerns of the based Chinese people who were critiquing their government, they were worried because their only hope of potential freedom one day was going down the tubes. And in the case of the pro-Chinese government, Chinese people who were fully nationalistic, white, like Chinese supremacist Chinese people, they saw it as a literal matter of rejoicing. They were dancing they were dancing prematurely, I will say, but they were dancing on the grave of America, essentially. Because as far as they were concerned, if America went down the sliding slope of madness in their heads, whenever the left came out and were talking about equity and safe spaces and stuff, Chinese people who were absolute Chinese supremacists, like nationalists, hardcore nationalists, they were laughing it up. Okay, I'm not joking. They thought it was great. In their heads, this was going to prove that China was going to be stronger than ever. Okay, so while Americans are patting themselves on the back for achieving unprecedented liberties, there are literal lions at the gate licking their chops and going, you guys are weak and we're going to take over. And I heard that from people. Now, I will say that the Western world tends to be more creative. So I don't think the fat lady has finished singing yet. I think China and the Chinese nationalists are a little premature, because I don't think all people who are on the left, and I certainly think there's a silent moderate group who are kind of like the Ents, and when you wake the Ents up, they will discover they are strong. Maybe, hopefully, that's optimism there you go. A little white pill for some of you, but I am concerned that maybe they won't wake up at all. There's a bit of black pill for you. So it depends on where you fall on it. Do you think that your culture can survive sustained damage from an hostile foreign country? I don't know. All I know is that a lot of people haven't taken it really seriously. They just think that all of this is 100% natural and organic and healthy. And while I think that, supporting and promoting equality or fighting oppression is helpful in many cases, some of this woke rhetoric has not only made the West look like an idiot, it has given certain people around the world the impression that we cannot protect ourselves and we are open for attack. What were they basing it off of? Epic, they were basing it off of the knowledge that the military is only going to be as strong as the people within the military. I think you can have a bunch of missiles and bombs and weapons of all sorts, but if you don't have people with resilience who are too busy crying in the break room because someone didn't use their pronouns, it doesn't matter how many rows of buttons you have to push. If there's no one to push those buttons or to carry that gun or to drive that military truck, it doesn't matter how much state-of-the-art military grade stuff you have. And this is the case in point is Canada. Canada has a minuscule army. And for a long while, Canadian soldiers were actually considered to be very good. But recently, for various reasons of diversity and equity, they lowered some of the standards. And so now our soldiers are not going to be as prepared as other soldiers on the battlefield. And I recommend doing research on the long-haired army during the Vietnam War. They were they were the Viet Cong. And the long-haired army were girls ranging from 10 or 12, up to 60s, 70s, 80s. So it was the women of the Viet Cong who supported their male counterparts. And because they were women, they were able to do some fairly atrocious things to their French overlords and then later the Americans, simply by virtue of having the will to do something crazy. So there was a 12-year-old Vietnamese girl who took a grenade and tossed it in a room full of French officers. And the reason why she wasn't stopped or searched was because she was a 12-year-old girl. This is how people can get. And all we have to do is look at our 12-year-old girls and ask ourselves, do we have the kinds of 12-year-olds that are ready and willing to do something like that? We don't. Part of me is kind of glad we don't, because I think it's kind of gross and disgusting. But what my point is pragmatically speaking, if war comes to our doorstep, we will not be prepared. We will have kids unable to cope with lack of Wi-Fi because our internet will go down. There is no resilience right now in our psychology. Let's see. Hence the word reactionary. I think it's overused, but I definitely noticed that on certain channels. Yeah, Nexus, I think there is a lot of people jumping at shadows, for sure. For sure. Right-wingers are reactive usually. Unfortunately, I do agree, Leo. I think right-wingers tend to be more traditional and they tend to go through channels. They tend to follow rules. They're the kind of idiots that, walk the full 5 paces before turning around to shoot. And so they are always caught off guard because they have certain notions of how things go, and those notions will hold them back from being sometimes flexible enough to make change on the go. And so they do come off as more reactive instead of proactive, which is proactive is actually the energy that comes from the left in a healthy sense. Milgram's experiments on obedience is where my illusion of free will comes from, though I could have clarified better. That's fair, Epic. That's okay. I know that, like, it's hard to always explain stuff, but that's fine. Games funded or played by Chinese players aren't allowed to have skeletons or human bones. It's funny to see Final Fantasy XIV League and other games clearly skip over skeletons for their Halloween events. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of culling that goes on. Let's just say that. I think I'm definitely one of the Americans who views our military, including the men and women in it, as being the best and most invested into it in regards of training. They are. That's why no one is messing with the USA. Yeah, once again, the USA might be fine for now, but Canada's fucked. Maybe they'll enlist Canadians in their mid-40s during war. How do you feel about that, Deck? All I'm suggesting is that Chinese people who are drinking the Kool-Aid of their government believe, rightfully, that the chickens come home to roost, and that eventually, even if it's not right now, eventually the country will be weakened. Now, for the USA, it may not have happened yet, but it will. Because the people who are in it right now, who are well trained, have to be replaced by other people. And who are those other people? If we're looking at the Zoomers and the Alphas, we might have a problem. So once again, I am not suggesting that right now America is cucked. I'm suggesting that China is actively working to cuck America further down the line. And definitely in Canada, we are probably more militarily compromised. If we survive at all, it will be by virtue of the fact that we're all within walking distance of the American border and we can walk over the border. And that is why maybe ultimately I will not support a wall, because I need I need easy access to getting into America when Canada goes down. Yeah, maybe that's why I don't want the wall.
No, but don't confuse a conniving cabal of ignominious assholes engineering our downfall through subtle subversion and foreign slush funds with the James Bondian cartoon of cackling Asiatic assassins, or as I like to call them, Chinese takeout. I'm Razorfist, go to speeder.
Okay. First off, like nitpicky, the last stuff was actually Japanese, not English accentation. Anyway, I think he's being, I don't know. I feel like I want to read more. I feel like the whole drug thing.
Guy walks into a Chinese bar. He points to a bottle and asks, "Is it whiskey?" Bartender replies, "No, it's safe."
Okay. Sun Tzu, never interrupt your enemy when he is making a mistake, CCP, but help financially so they continue on that course. Yeah, that's fair. Where does all the fentanyl come from? Ancient Chinese secret. First rule of any drug dealer, do not consume your own merchandise. I kind of want to see more of the information about the drugs. I might reach out to my brother. Canada has strong allies. Yeah, I think we'll survive by sheer force of our allies. Just build the wall north of the Canadian cities. Yeah, but what about Ottawa? Isn't Ottawa rather north? And you're like in Sudbury. That's my joke. Deck is not actually in Sudbury. My guess, though, is he's up north. And, I mean, he could be in, like, Lake Huron countryside, because I think he said countryside, right? Anyway, Deck, if you're in Sudbury, would Sudbury make the cutoff point they'd help if Trudeau makes a good foreign contract and gives Canadian soil to a bunch of rich people. Come on, that's like a gray pill. I think if Canada stopped foodling around with the oil and did the pipeline already, I think we'd be in a better position with America, because America would love to have an alternative to buying Saudi oil, and buying Canadian oil would be like win-win for everyone. But with everyone screaming about fracking, yeah, it's a tough one. Harper had the pipeline set up and everything, and then Trudeau came in and it just never happened. I think there's enough gun violence in the States to make accurate invasion predictions with. You know, this is why I think I said it earlier, Epic, there is an aspect where Americans have, in certain states, right? I think certain states like California would go down like you know, those card pyramids. It would just go down like a stack of cards. But I feel like Michigan, for example, or Wisconsin, or North and South Dakota, or Tennessee, Kentucky, Louisiana, Alabama, Arkansas, like Florida, right? I feel like those kinds would have guns galore, like in the center, right? So they'd land on the beaches. They'd kick down the door of the celebs cringing in their big houses, the Twitch streamer houses, right? They get past that and they head across to Arizona and New Mexico, and then they find out, right? Because I think there's like a core of America that is ready and willing to carry a gun and shoot people. But the problem is Canada doesn't have that. Like, Canada does not have that. I think there might be some people up north, because I remember going up north to where my parents live, and they had like fuck Trudeau flags. So like, I feel like there might be a small contingent of people who are like verbally nationalist, but even they probably don't, like, the amount of people who own a gun in Canada is really low. Getting a gun in Canada is very difficult. Down like a lead balloon. California has many military bases. People forget that. True. True. I think if they hit now, like if China came in now, it would be a mistake. If I was China, I would wait another 50 years of destabilization and then roll in. When all of the Gen Zers and millennials are retiring. And you just have Gen X and... No, wait a minute. Gen X and the millennials are retiring, and the Gen Z and the alphas are rolling in. That's when I would go. That's when I would go for America. If they can sustain the cultural cuckification. If they can't sustain it, if America keeps its head on straight, it will be fine. Right? And this is where I think Rageaholic might be leaning into his drama here. Because I don't think, like, we could sit here, okay? Like, we could have, like, a literal camera with Xi Jinping on camera saying, oh, yeah, let's ship that fentanyl out. Let's destabilize the West, right? We could have a camera with his people saying something like, yeah, let's make Star Wars bad so people become horrible and don't understand how to critically think, right? Like, we could have all sorts of things that they could be saying behind closed doors, right? But that doesn't mean that it will work 100%, because America is extremely diverse. And if Americans keep their heads on, screwed on straight, and don't make the mistake of enemy of my enemy is my friend, then they'll be fine. So I think Rageaholic is being a little bit, is he catastrophizing a bit for effect? Yeah. Because even if we were to say that China is sitting like a megalomaniac planning all of these plans, and I wouldn't doubt it. Chinese people aren't stupid, by the way. And like I said, I actually knew Chinese people who see social media and they literally think social media represents what most of the Americans are thinking. And so then they come away and they tell me things like, oh, Americans are becoming weak. They're becoming snowflakes. They're idiots. And you have based Chinese people coming to me and going, is everything going to be okay? So it's also perception. I think their perception is probably skewed. But are they entirely wrong? No. No, they're not. Right? They're not entirely wrong. And I think what makes it worse is when you see LGBT people simping for certain countries around the world that are absolutely anti-LGBT. When those people go online, their posts, their like posts of denial are noted by the Chinese, and it props up the Chinese propaganda that they're doing better than America. And so then you have a whole group of these Chinese people who are nationalists who literally believe their country is doing better because look at the Americans. The Americans are in shambles. They're idiots. Now, is that 100% true? No, it's not 100% true. Not all of Americans believe that. But it's about perception, and it's about buffing themselves up in the eyes of their own people. Because remember, they're desperately trying to cut off all inroads of information from the West into their own country. And the based people are looking at news from more based Americans and are like, oh, okay, maybe things will be okay. Maybe Trump will help. Fracking is like 5 times less carbon intensive than oil. Terrible for the physical environment, however, due to the chemicals used. Yeah. Once again, I'm not sure about the fracking thing, Arm. I will admit to that. All I know is that they put a kibosh on the pipeline. So I'm sure that fracking is still happening, but yeah. Well, even with that, I'm not sure if you heard, but Hells Angels announced a declaration of war to the Mexican cartels invading civilian homes, and law enforcement isn't intervening them traveling en masse. Oh, epic. Are you going to join the Hells Angels? It's the same as their parents. Remember, there's money in acting like a fool. Lots. Yes. Yeah. But have you seen the Sephora girl trend? Diversity is your strength. Yeah, once again, you guys can be optimistic. I'll be pessimistic, and everyone else can be optimistic. How about that? If Canada really wants to be the environmental ideal of a country, it states to be, they would go 10% oil, 60% natural gases, and 30% nuclear, similar to France and China. Well, I can't. That's a good question. Sorry, my internet takes forever. Like loading Google takes like a full 5 seconds. Let's see. How much do we trust a Canadian government website? Can we trust them? This is the question. Okay, crude oil. Okay, so it's producing a large amount of oil. The oil comes from Alberta. Yeah. Refined petroleum. Okay. Oh, energy. Oh, look at this. 60% hydro. Okay, so we generate 60% of our energy from hydro. Now, some people might be going, Chieko, what is hydro? That would be the Niagara Falls. That's Niagara Falls and other rivers and falls and lakes that occur in Canada. That's water. That's from water. Largely Niagara Falls. Almost all of the electricity in southern Ontario and incidentally New York, don't ask me how I know, and parts of Ohio, parts of Quebec, and parts of the Maritimes comes from hydroelectricity. And do you see this? 14% uranium comes from nuclear. So there was a drain on the grid. There's a grid that covers like, let's go like this. So like if we were to draw, this is just generally like this, right? And then this is like the kind of like, I don't know, like, you know, anyway, very terrible. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, I got the Great Lakes in. Okay, this is terrible. But anyway, everything from like here and here is covered by hydro and nuclear. So one day in the good New York state, New York drew on a little bit too much, and we had closed down the nuclear facility that's over here, and I think we had only one running somewhere maybe up here. So this one was down for the count. We had shut it off. We were only running on this, and we had, of course, our hydro going. That would be Niagara Falls. And that caused a blackout. Does anyone remember the blackout? That happened in... Oh, what year was it? Yeah, here we go. Check this out. This is the location of the blackout. Yeah. So the blackout extended here. So it didn't hit Quebec and the Maritimes like I thought. It hit Massachusetts, Ohio, New York. Is that Maryland? No. Connecticut? Vermont. No, Vermont's above. What's that little square one in there? Anyway, you get my drift. This went down. This went down. Why did it go down? Good question. It went down because a software bug rendered operators unaware of the need to redistribute load after overloaded transmission lines drooped into the foliage. And so everything went down because we share a power grid. Yeah. Yeah. It was a hot day. I was out working. Yeah. I was out working. I was working in a meat packaging plant. It took us 2 hours, I think, to get home. But basically after that day, we opened up our second facility back up. Like we've opened up 12% natural gas, 6% wind. Is this just for generation by source in Canada? Yeah. So yes, we make oil and petroleum and natural gas, but we actually use hydroelectricity more often. Canada is the world's second largest producer of uranium. And hydrogen, apparently. What are we doing with hydrogen? Okay. How black-pilled do you want me to be, Chieko? Wooly, the thing is I'm okay if Epic and who else is positive in here? Arm, Jonathan, Leo, Deck of Cardboard. I'm actually really okay with chat feeling confident about the future of North America. I think that's a good thing. I think it's just good to keep in mind stuff. It's okay to be optimistic. It's not okay to be ignorant. And it's fine to believe that the hijinks of the youth are going to iron themselves out later on, because historically that is possible. But I just think overall that if we aren't careful, we can go down a very dark road. And while I think Rageaholic is a little hyperbolic and hasn't really maybe sussed out as much as he could have, because, you know, he's a bit of an entertainer, shall we say. He is identifying potential areas. And I will reach out to my brother who worked in the army. My brother did a tour in Afghanistan. He also worked with the Navy. And so I actually trust him a lot in this area. And I know he definitely shared with our family a report that our CSIS and RCMP discovered issues with China meddling with Canada. Now, China may not be able to meddle with America, but maybe Americans should start thinking about their northern border, as much as I hate saying that. I love our northern border, our southern border, your northern border. I love the border. And I like our relationship with America to remain solid. But I think Canada has been compromised. I don't think I'm being I think I'm being realistic. I don't think I'm being black-pilled about it. I think Canada has been compromised in not a good way. And I say that as someone who lived in China for 9 years and loved the people. Once again, there are groups of people who are part of the Communist Party who do not agree with what their government is doing. They just have no choice. This is the only way to provide for their families, so they join. So we need to be thoughtful about how we talk about it, for sure. As black as Epic. Oh, Epic. I'm more like a caramel macchiato. Ooh, don't tell that to Party. She likes caramel macchiato. Has a lady ever said to you that you were too light-skinned and didn't want to do the deed with you? Other to say it feels young and healthy. I was declined by a woman when she learned I was manscaped. Oh, really? I guess some ladies want it natural. 2003, that long ago? How does that make you feel, Dick? It's my birthday now. What? I'm now 32. What? Happy birthday, Epic. Wait, Epic, is it really your birthday? Oh. Well, happy 32nd birthday. Feeling old feels old. It's nothing new. That's true. Isn't Canada also getting dog walked by India too? There's a lot going on in Canada, but I will say this. If I order an Uber and I see that it is an Indian driver, I get kind of excited. I like their music, and yeah, they're usually really nice and chirpy. But is there a difficulty sometimes with getting some Indian people to behave properly and not behave like they did back in their country? Absolutely. There has been some issues. I think there was recently issues about throwing trash in the river. So obviously somebody is going to have to go out and tell people what not to do. But I'm going to be honest with you, and this is going to... yeah, anyway. I worked at a Tim Hortons, the one that is the crack Tim Hortons. And I will say this hands down, any day. I would rather work with the Indian and Filipinos than the white people. Because the white girls that came in to work at that store couldn't tell analog time. They didn't know how to use a broom, and they moved so slowly, and some of them were hungover or on drugs. Now, there was an occasional white girl that was nice. I think we had an indigenous girl who was like rough and ready, but really, really hardworking when she came in. But your average white chick is lazy and entitled. And I would rather work with the Vietnamese girls, the Cambodian girls, the Indian girls, and the Filipino girls. The Filipinos, I think I would put on the top chain. The Filipinos are the warmest. Like, I give them all the hearts in the world. They're the sweetest people. Lovely, 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 lovely people. Many of them were Catholics, the ones that I spoke with. Many of them were Catholics, and they spoke Tagalog, I believe. So it was like this mixture of their native language with Spanish, which had this very different, unique sound. I'd never heard of it before, obviously, because I never worked with Filipinos before. So my sister was at a local community college, and she was stopped by a young man who was Indian, and he asked her where the Harry Potter quiz was, because apparently there was some sort of pub quiz for Harry Potter and he wanted to go. And he was obsessed with American culture and Harry Potter and Marvel Cinematic Universe. And she decided to walk him to the pub in question so that he could like get, or maybe it wasn't a pub, maybe it was like just a room or something. I don't know. That she escorted him to the place where he was trying to go. And in the course of their discussing stuff, it was revealed that he was looking for a job. So she recommended him to work at the Tim Hortons because she worked there and that's where I was working there. So he shows up one day and he's like, oh, I'm here because of la 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 la. And I was like, oh my gosh, so you met my sister. And he was like, oh, you're her sister. And it was like, he just opened up instantly, and it was like, oh, you know, she's so kind, and he was so nice, and he worked so hard. He worked himself to the bone to at his work. Like, he was not like, anyway, all this to say that, yes, I know that there's sketchy Indian people out there, but not all of them are sketchy. And this guy that I worked with was solid, 110%. And he was the sweetest creature on the planet. Now, if he caused any trouble with me, I could take him out. He was shorter than me and he was skinnier than me. If I sat on him, I could probably break his back. So that's another thing. Like I've never been really physically intimidated by them per se. But then of course I'm not walking around in a neighborhood where gangs of them are roaming around. So like, once again, like I've only really made contact with people who were here for educational purposes, and most of them were very sweet natured and totally fine. But there are the weirdos. But I could say the same thing about the white trash. Like if you live in the city that I live in, let's just say, you see all people not at their best. You see black people not at their best. You see Indian people not at their best. You see white people definitely not at their best. So it's kind of like, you know. Being old is this. You're always hungry, you're always cold, and the music is always too loud. Oh, thank goodness, Leo. By that, I'm definitely not old. 30s are the new late 20s, didn't you hear? Being old is realizing you can read teenagers, 20-year-olds like an open book. Their every emotion and thought is on display. I don't know if I've talked with enough teenagers to even try to attempt that, but maybe I should try and see. Don't belittle the young bloods, Wooly. Wooly is like Bane. He's like, I was born in the darkness. You merely adopted it. I'm scared of teenagers. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not on my last legs. Yeah, you're not on your last legs yet, Deck, because you're always sitting in your chair. How can you be on your last legs? You're probably in your chair as we speak. Okay, so I got through 2 videos today. I think getting into matriarchies might be too much at this stage. Oh my gosh, this is me. I've been bullied by other women and consequently, a matriarchy sounds like hell on earth to me. I think any rearchy is, anything with imbalance is never great. Let's put it that way. My mom was more concerned about her own feelings and happiness and eventually tore our family apart with selfish decisions. That sounds like a character problem and not a gender problem. My mom would not be like that. If my dad died in our family would have been crazy, but we would not have been in trouble. Because our mother is supremely responsible. Almost tyrannical, actually. Our mother was a very strong and capable woman in many ways. But she did have her emotional moments, yes. But she was very practical, very pragmatic. And there were times where my dad would be like, oh, I want to make this decision. And then my mom would be like, nah, this isn't good. And my dad's like, oh, I'll do it anyway. And my mom would be like, okay, you go do it. And then our dad would have to come back. Like it was a point of contention for me growing up, having to admit that my mother was right 90% of the time, my mother was correct. More correct than my father. My father was only correct 80% of the time. But my mother is more intellectual and cooler than my father. My father is emotionally more available, or was emotionally, I should say, was emotionally. They've changed now, obviously. My father has become a bit stronger and more certain of himself, less anxious, and my mother has become softer and very loving and warm. But starting out in their relationship, it's not that my mother was wearing the pants, but her personality was such that in terms of Myers-Briggs, she's an ISTJ, and my father is an ESFJ. So if you know your Myers-Briggs, you can see exactly what I'm talking about here. So you can have female personalities that will always be more capable and like on the ball than their male husbands. The point is that you learn from each other, and imbalance will never work. But I don't think we should tackle matriarchies. I think 2 videos back on my first day, I think Chieko failed tonight. Chieko, Strummer failed chat with only 2 videos out of the 4 that I wanted to watch. We only got 2 done, which is par for the course. Par for the course. Ben is tapping the watch. Hearts out to Ben. Teenagers belittle themselves without my help. Oh, Wooly, burn. Wooly is like lighting matches over there. I work with a load of teenagers. I say 9 out of times of the 10, they've all been good kids. Oh, that's nice, Jonathan. Are you able to share like kind of what capacity you work with them? Rearchy? I worship the Dark Queen every day, and all I got from it were cobwebs in my room. I wonder if Wooly was the worst teenager of the lot. I wonder if Wooly was the worst teenager. I know that I was... Was I a bundle of nerves? Yeah, kind of, yeah. Was I funny? Inherently funny. I don't know what you mean by that, Wooly, but I know that I was a dogmatic piece of shit. I was so, how can I say this? Like, I actually, I'm kind of want to get properly assessed, but I feel like I was, or I am, somewhere on a spectrum of something. And I was definitely wildin'. Like, if you went to public school, you were like I would say certain words to see if people would understand what I was saying. And if they didn't, then they would immediately be discounted. Like, if someone said to me, like, oh, I can't be bothered to read The Hobbit, I'd be like, okay, well, I can't be bothered to listen to your voice anymore. And I just kind of, you know, and like in my early 20s, I was still struggling. I was still struggling with it. So in my early 20s, when I was working at the coffee shop, they would put me on the till because I could process people really quickly. But there was this added difficulty of the fact that I would sometimes... Yeah, anyway, it was... my charisma was minus 50. Let's just say that. Myers-Briggs is astrology for autists. Yeah, I'm like the astrology queen for that shit. Oh, Jonathan works at a restaurant. Okay. So, like, I meme on my littlest brother a little bit. Okay, I meme on him a little bit. But my littlest brother, bless his little heart, he's like 19, something like that. He's such a good little boy. Is he an edgelord sometimes? Yes. Is he annoying? Absolutely. Do I sometimes want to slap his face? Absolutely. Yeah. But he has a girl that he loves. He's already thinking about the future in a very pragmatic kind of way. He's kind of prudish to a weird degree, which is hilarious. Like, I think a lot of his classmates were so on the edge with drugs and drinking and sex that he kind of like shut all of that down. Of course, 1 year at university might ruin him, so we'll find out. But so far, even if he is a bit of a ponce, yeah. I was an awful kid. My only redeeming quality was I could and did take care of my younger siblings. How do you define taking care of younger siblings? Just curious. Does that include ignoring them while you're babysitting them and one of them gives themselves a concussion? Does that also allow you to hit your younger siblings with very thick books? Is that underneath taking care? Inquiring minds want to know. What about bribing younger siblings with anime, illicit anime that your parents disallow in the house, and you kind of like bribe them with anime episodes to do what you want, like your chores? Is that also okay? Is that good elder sibling behavior? I'm just curious. Just wanting to know. I work in an affluent neighborhood too. Many $1-million home communities. So these kids are well off as well. So I have hope for the future. Yeah, but is that a class thing, Jonathan? Or do you think that lower class kids are going to be just as okay? Feeding, bathing, changing diapers. Okay. Feeding, bathing, yes. Changing diapers. Yes, I did that. Checking. Cleaning up vomit. Did I ever clean up vomit? I guess I may have. Putting to sleep. Yes. Okay, third parent shit. Okay, that's all right. Yes. I check off Wooly's checklist. I can do that. Saving them from choking. Could not do. Ran out of the room. Choking child. I'm out. Someone else will cope with the choking child. So there were a couple occasions where my siblings set something on fire or started choking on food, or I think one of my siblings nearly died from the wheel of a car, like a hot rod car wheel. And I ran out of the room. Yeah. So if you start choking, if you come over to my house and you're eating some food and you start choking on the food, good luck. I hope God sends an angel, because never had a toddler burp on you? Yeah. Probably. I'm going to say yes, but Willie, I blanked out a lot of my life. Like, there's huge memory gaps. It's probably trauma. I mean, like, I've had siblings since I've been 1 year old, right? So obviously, from number 5 onward, maybe number 6 onward. Let's say number 6 onward, I was helping my mother, but there's large portions of my life that I've literally blanked out. You are not nurse material? Oh my gosh, let me tell you a story. Okay, so I'm carrying Party. She's a little baby. She's still breastfeeding. She's so adorable. And I'm walking up the stairs. I trip on a vacuum cleaner. Good news, I don't fall back. So we don't fall back down the stairs together. That's good. Bad news, I fall forward. And she falls out of my arms, and she hits her face on the edge of the wooden lip of the stair, cuts her mouth open, bleeding from the mouth. I run her to my mom. My mom screams at me. Then my mom takes her, tends to her. And from that day forward, Party could not breastfeed anymore. She had to take a sippy cup. Yeah, I did that to Party, my beloved little sister. Apple of my eye. She was the one took care of the most. She was the one that I would give gifts to, and I actually shared a bunk bed with her. So Party was the cutest. If I could share you little kid photos of Party, I would. She was the most adorable little blonde-haired, blue-eyed pumpkin ever. But I slid and fell with Anakin Solo, that my one brother number 3, kid number 6. I fell with kid number 7. I think I fell with kid number 8. Yeah, I fell with a lot of babies. I am not good with babies. Let's just say that. Yeah, not good. Don't give me your baby to hold. I mean, you could give me your baby to hold, and if your baby survives, it's like a Darwin test, really. Whatever squeamishness I might have had was removed by involuntary exposure therapy. Oh, that's true. That's true, Wooly. Yeah. Yeah. I think vomiting... Oh, wait a minute. No, I couldn't handle vomiting for a long time. Like, even myself, I couldn't handle myself vomiting. So if I felt nauseous, I would stop eating for days on end. I can't handle vomiting or vomiting sounds. But then 2 years ago, I became mysteriously ill and I would throw up almost every night. And yeah, I stopped being squeamish about vomiting from that time onward. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not nurse material. Yeah, no, I'm not. Ben Savage. And you're going to live with her. Yes, but she is now a 30-something-year-old adult, so she will be fine, I think. She will survive, I'm sure. Do I have natural mothering instincts? No. Wooly might have more mothering instincts than I do. Even if I'm not trying to hold or dress or feed the baby, okay, like I'm just trying to be a normal person with the baby, something is going to come out of my mouth. Like, for example, I think I was about 12 years old. There was this baby at a baby shower. So I was at a baby shower with my mother, and I looked at the baby and I said in a very loud voice, the obvious truth, okay? I said the obvious truth. I said, he's cross-eyed. And my mother dragged me out of the room and pinched me super hard. Was like, you're going to apologize. Anyway, I was distraught. Because it was the truth. The baby was cross-eyed. But, like, there's a whole etiquette around babies. It's just, you have to say they're beautiful. You have to say they're handsome. You have to figure out the gender. And then there's the holding, then there's the carrying, then there's the feeding, then there's the pooping. It's just, there's a lot going on. I learned that teasing is the way to deal with women. Wooly, I look forward to the day. Wait a minute, do you tease Party? Party would have been slightly taller if she hadn't busted her lip. Oh, or yeah, I stunted her on purpose. Babies are soft gremlins. Yeah. Now, there are pictures of me holding children, by the way. Some of them, in some pictures, I'm actually smiling. The picture where I'm holding my littlest brother, though, I'm not smiling. I was done. I was ready to not have another sibling. But here he was. But like some of my nieces and nephews, I've genuinely found them to be very adorable. And some of them are getting old enough now that I can talk with them. It's great. It's fantastic. I'm going to be a great aunt once they reach a certain age. then I'm going to be like all over it. Party is very teasable. Yes, she's very teasable. Because, you know, she's not autistic. Dropping a huge nuke in the toilet. Oh my gosh. Vic is like so drunk right now. Right? Right? I think on Discord he said he was drunk. I could be wrong. Discord is a little poopy right now because our internet is, you know, literal shit. What is Miroko sending? Oh, sorry, Wooly. I didn't see your text. My bad. Back to harsh, sober reality? Well, you know what? You should have been with Stream talking about China. That's what you should have been doing. This is what happens, Vic, if you don't get on chat and start talking about siblings. So apparently we found out that Wooly was a fuzzy older brother who was teasing his younger sisters like the solid Chad that he is. Ben has an older sister, I think. What about the rest of chat? Do we have any other chatters in here with siblings? I think Shay must have a mass amount of siblings, right? Because she says she has nieces and nephews. Yeah, so Ben has an older sister who is apparently rather cool. Vic has a younger sibling. We know that Wooly is the eldest. What about Leo? Or Arm? Oh, wait a minute. I think Sim might be an only child. That would be Deck. I think Deck is an only child. I don't know. A half-sister who's 13 years older and 2-year younger brother. They have two littles, but are in college. Okay, okay. Okay. Awesome. I have two older siblings. Oh, is Herman the baby? Yeah, Deck is an only child. We hated each other during our teens. I'm trying to think if I hated any of my siblings during my teens. I think I was actively pretending I didn't have a family at all. So I don't think... I actually think I really loved my brothers and sisters. You know, insofar as, you know, my black heart can love people. I have my brother who was born the same day. He's awesome. Wait a minute. Leo's a twin? Oh my gosh. Arm is a middle child? This is fantastic. Okay, so Shay is kind of a middle child. Arm is definitely a middle child. Ben is a baby. Wooly is an elder. Herman is a baby. I can't get over that. That is so fascinating. Okay. Vic has a younger sibling. Now, chat, would you say that you have fairly good relationships right now with your family, or... Yeah. Oh, that's a good question, Arm. Leo, is your twins in different placentas so we don't look alike? Oh, okay. So we call that fraternal twins. Fraternal twins, Leo. Those are fraternal, not identical. Fraternal. 2 different placentas. Yes. That's a lot of placenta up in there. I'm nearing my 60s. They're in their 70s. Oh, right. Okay. Wow. One day I'll be there. Except I'll be in my 70s. But not as close as I'd like to be? Okay. Yeah, that's fair. Sometimes you go through periods where you know one sibling more than another one. They're nearer 70. Okay. Effectively oldest sibling. My dad's only had... Okay. The immediate family is close, but the half-sister and everyone further out than that are very disconnected. / I barely know them. Okay. You barely know them. Yeah. Oh, right. Wooly's family is in Down Under. That's right. I couldn't imagine interacting with a clone daily, Leo. Latin Americans are very family friendly. Usually families get along. Oh, Shay has family drama. That's always exciting, though. My family and I are very close-knit, even if mom and dad divorced. Oh, that's cool. That's good too. I'm glad for you, Epic. Do you think your family will do anything for your birthday? They better. I looked up to my siblings as I grew older, started to wonder why the hell I looked up to them. Yeah. I mean, as the eldest of 10 children, I can definitely say I never was a pretentious older sibling who told people what to do. I was the opposite. I was so hands-off. I was dangerously hands-off. As long as you weren't putting yourself in the hospital, I didn't care. I was always like, you do your own thing. You row your own boat. But it does mean that some of my family members who need more emotional support won't come to me about things because I'm more of a problem solver person, not I can sit and listen to someone's emotions, but I start checking out very fast. So I do my best, but yeah. My sister passed away, so it's me and my younger brother now. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Epic. I have tons of cousins. And have only met 4 and haven't seen any. I shouldn't talk about my cousins, but let's just say that one time my father took me aside and told me that there were certain cousins I couldn't hang out with because they were creepy. Yeah, let's just say that. And I also had some creepy uncles. There was this distantly related uncle, like we would call him like a great uncle, or like, yeah, it was like a great uncle, and he was drunk. It was at a barnyard family reunion, and he was looking me up and down. He was like, "Oh, you have some fine daughters," you know, and he said my father's name. My father put his arm around my shoulders and looked him in the eye, was like, "Yes, God has given us very beautiful daughters." And my dad started rhapsodizing about God. And the creepy great uncle melted away. And now, years later, I look at that conversation, I was like, holy moly, I had no clue. Like, I didn't understand that he was being creepy, but he absolutely was being a creepy uncle. So, yeah. Where's the coal? Hey, Duck. Welcome into chat. We're just sitting and chatting and chilling for a little bit. I have a family of ball busters. It was always a great time. The problem was that hanging out with kids at school and whatnot wouldn't even compare. My family is like crazy sometimes, like in a good way. Even when we're disagreeing. So there was this time where we all went out to a sushi restaurant, and one of my brothers got upset and stormed out of the sushi restaurant. So the rest of us like finished up our dinner and left. And I think it was Party was there. She was apologizing to the waitress, and the waitress was like, "Yeah, I hadn't taken my meds yet, but with your family, I felt just great. It was awesome." So she was basically like getting a pep up from our family drama that was very obvious in this open, you know how like sushi restaurants are like very open concept. So like everyone would be able to hear what was going down on our family table in the sushi restaurant. The waitresses were having fun. They were making hay, probably. So, Duck, the coal is going well. We watched 2 videos, so maybe not as much coal mining, but we had some pushback. The first video was pretty good. The second video, there were some things that I had to say. I think, yeah, it was an interesting time. I'll say that. My sister turned into an overly dramatic loon. Oh dear. Oh dear. Demons fear the name of the Lord. I mean, I shouldn't be laughing, Wooly, because you're absolutely right. Absolutely. Yeah. And I'm very happy that my dad was there, you know, being my dad. And they were A students and the responsible ones. What in the hell happened? I mean, some people start out well, but they don't end. It's not how you begin. Let's say this, okay? It's not how you begin, it's how you end, right? It's how you end. It's not how you begin. I think a lot of people focus on doing well all the time at the beginning of one's life. For me, it's about how you end your life, not necessarily how you began your life. WoW versus 14 drama. We were talking about Rings of Power deck, and we were talking about canon and Tolkien, and then we talked about China, which is always a hot topic in some ways. And then we found out that chat is more or less optimistic about the future. So I'm glad to feel that. I'm black-pilled, as per usual, but there's enough white pillars out there to balance out the blackness of my soul. Wooly, I think, is probably in my black pill camp, but he maybe isn't. Maybe he isn't. The pressure and expectation got to them. Meh, yeah, maybe. Being good at school isn't much of a benchmark. Yeah, it just means that you know how to game the system sometimes. No worries, Epic. It's good to know your family's still close despite the conflicts. Yeah. Yeah, if there's WoW drama, let me know. Or Final Fantasy 14 drama, let me know in content request duck. Definitely, I know there was a $90 mount that some people were talking about. That is the type of ambience video I'm trying to make, the 8-hour Skyrim ones. Yeah. Do you know where to get your ambient sounds from? Have you sourced free sound at all? I think it's called Free Sound. It's where I, yeah, freesound.org. It's where I go for my video game prototypes. So if I want to make video games prototypes, I use this. So let's say wind. So this is like wind pack, wind synth. On 5th of March 2013, one particular object of the day was to make a, so this is let's see, this is bamboo, gypsy, mezzo, and soprano and birds, hunters toward Tane Gorge. And they go into super detail of where they put it. That's quite nice. So, yeah. So, Epic, if you're looking for, like, solid sounds, I highly recommend Free Sound. You can download and go in for free, and you can check the commercial / non-commercial uses. Some of them will tell you it's commercial. Some of them will tell you it's non-commercial. and then you can choose everything. And some people are very detailed. Like this one is the sound is part of the pack. Storm winds and bare trees and bushes along the lake. Wintertime in autumn. Some birds around. They give the time, the weather, the location, the gear chain. You just have to credit them. Whoa. Holy shiza. Where's... Oh my lord. My ears just died. Is there like a... Am I missing... Wow, that was extreme. But anyway, you get the drift. 90 Brutusar. Should I link the bitch post on the 14? Is there a 14 bitch post? What is... What? I'm almost scared to look, but I'm gonna go look. What's the bitch post? Anyway, freesound.org. Epic, just so you know. freesound.org. Highly recommend Epic. That's where I go for a lot of my video game music. I'm using royalty-free sources. Yes. I highly recommend going to Freesound, and you can find royalty-free stuff there. But you do have to dig a bit, and the sound quality varies because it's people going out and doing weird sound stuff. $120 buck mount for me. Oh, is it? I need to buy Medieval Persona 5, please. Instead, please. What is the Medieval Persona 5? Slot Peters. Yeah, I haven't been paying attention either, Jonathan. There's a review comparing Dawntrail against WoW. There's been flack because 14 players also play WoW during the 14 content drought. Oh, okay. Blizzard started selling them out for real money. It's so popular. They ran out of... Oh my gosh. FF14 versus WoW conversations are worthless IMO. They're different games. Yeah, I think... You're right, but I think both games could probably learn from each other, right? So, like, if Square Enix came out and were like, we want to make a new MMO, I think they would be stupid not to look sideways at WoW and think about how to make better netcode, right? It's kind of like Nintendo Switch. Nintendo Switch is not a Steam Deck. Comparing the two is not very fair, but if the Switch 2 comes out and it's nowhere near as powerful as the Steam Deck, they have shit the bed. That's just my hot take. Even though we know that there's not a real overlap between the Steam Deck and the Switch, there's enough. They're still in the same ballpark that they should be taking notes from each other. So I think there can be conversations had comparing the two. It's simply, how are those conversations happening? What is going on? Or how are people talking about it? I think half of the issue, I've now come to the conclusion that half of the issues of what's happening online isn't that people have bad ideas all the time. It's how they talk about their ideas. And how you talk about them is about as important as what you're actually saying. They both play both, and they both serve to scratch an itch. Yeah, I would say for me, Guild Wars 2. Guild Wars 2 would be my alternative MMO at this point. I saved the site, so I can look at it when I work on my next video. For now, I'm grabbing feedback, and what would you like to see more of? Okay, that's great. Something. Yoshi said he and his team played WoW, so not comparing WoW and 14 seems more foolish to me. Guild Wars 2. I'm playing WoW. Oh, hello, Anxious. Guild Wars 2 is a game that needs to have its systems applied to FF14. Then I heard rumors of a third being made. There's some things I like about Guild Wars 2. What I don't like about Guild Wars 2 is the scenes. I think the scenes are rough. Okay, first off. Okay, so this person says there are people in the comments praising WoW, and now the PC Gamer post about how WoW was better than FF14 right after WoW released the most unfinished, buggiest, broken patch ever existed, and also a $90 mount. I get that some of you were disappointed with Dawntrail, but at least we don't have a game-breaking bugs right now. I'm also kind of frustrated with the FF14 content lull, but I still don't shill for Blizzard, who's definitely more exploitative with their players right now. And I'm kind of happy that CBU3 doesn't exploit the 14 players the same way as Blizzard does WoW players. Oh man. Okay, first off, by even making this post, this person's probably going to just propagate more nonsense, but let's be clear here. A lot of WoW players came over into Final Fantasy XIV. So, of course, they're going to be jumping on the War Within train and tooting it because War Within is better than Shadowlands. And so you could almost imagine, if you will, of course, Shay will disagree with me because, like, Shay has some opinions about War Within. And she may be right. I'm not discounting what she says is wrong, okay? But I'm suggesting that from the outside, it looks like WoW went like this, and then War Within is like that. And this increase in quality is being cheered on. Okay, so this is the WoW. This is the WoW, and this is Shadowlands right here. And then this is War Within right here. Okay. And this little incline in quality is enough for people to be like, oh, right? Okay, so what's 14 like? Okay, so 1.0 was pretty bad. Let's be real. It was unplayable. Okay. And then it kind of went up to... let's do a gentle slope. Because, like, Heaven's Word was pretty good. A little dip for Stormblood. A high for Shadowbringers. Plateaued for Endwalker. And I don't care if people are like, oh, Endwalker. And then I'm going to put it down here for Dawntrail. Is Dawntrail a failure? Absolutely. From my professional, objective opinion, it is not a complete fail, but it is not a win either. It is on par, in my opinion, with Stormblood. It has, in fact, a lot of the problems that Stormblood had. So, because 14 is coming down off of a high, and by the way, this has to happen, okay? This lull here has to happen for them to go back up again. You can't have a narrative going this way all the time. That is impossible. So if anyone comes to me and says that they should have maintained a high after Endwalker, I would take my biggest, thickest book, probably America Before by Graham Hancock, and I would smack them on the back of the head with my book, okay? Get out of here. Get out of here. Out. However, after saying all of that, Dawntrail should have been more like... It shouldn't have been that much of a dip. It should have probably dipped down to here. There were things that happened in Dawntrail that brought it lower than it had to go. It shouldn't have gone down to Stormblood level. I like your voice. Adversarial comparisons are worthless. I agree, Jonathan. I agree. Yeah. And it's not like Blizzard is taking their time. They took an entire expansion to work on the second endgame content systems. The wardrobe system, the mount customization system, you know, most of the recolors you see me do are things the game has built in. They're only 20% shit in the expansion. You can almost not taste it. Dragonflight completely disregarded. Yeah, Dragonflight's like in here, right? I don't know. Is the nipple in the line? I'd personally have A Realm Reborn higher. Well, you have to remember this is 1.0 and A Realm Reborn is here. Now, is A Realm Reborn higher than Stormblood? Okay, here's my contention. I think A Realm Reborn as it released was lower than Stormblood, but with the changes they made in Endwalker, it could be actually higher than Stormblood. It could go like this. Like that, if you see what I mean. But that was the changes they made in Endwalker that tightens things up, that, like, there's things that happened in Endwalker that give La Habrea meaning. And La Habrea was one of the weak spots of A Realm Reborn as being one of the mega villains. So Endwalker, I think, raised it higher than Stormblood. But in my opinion, I still don't think Stormblood was that bad. Like, it still is an actual narrative that makes sense, that is continuous. You might not like where they took the story. You might not like the position they took with, for example, Lys, for example. But if we're looking at it from a technical standpoint, like comparing it to like Rings of Power in terms of how characters are talking, the dialogue that is being written, the general thrust of the thematics of the narrative, it's still not that bad compared to like, and it is a low bar. Let's all be real here. Like most modern writing is like down here, right? Your average modern writer is in this realm. Like they are doing well. I think they're doing better than average for a lot of modern writing. They're able to elevate quite a bit. It's just that the dip was too low after Endwalker. There were moments, right, where I had criticisms about Dawntrail. It should have been a bit higher. So you have a lot of people from WoW who return to WoW because of this uptick, and they've experienced a downtick with Dawntrail. You can see where this weird comparison starts happening. I mean, this person admits there's a content lull, but there's always a content lull with 14. Anyway. We don't have game-breaking bugs. Okay, people in chat, Deck is in chat. How game-breaking is it right now? Is this being hyperbolic? How hyperbolic is this? It says it just finished the most buggiest and broken patch ever existed. Is this true? Can anyone else tell me? That's not a nipple, that's a curly bracket. Yeah, that is a curly bracket. Deck knows. It deserves a lot of criticism. Too many Lion King ass endings. What do you mean? You have 100% growth all the time. Isn't that how capitalism works? A prequel? Oh, don't even talk about that, Duck. Of course you choose the summoner weapon. Yes, of course. To be generous to Dawntrail, we aren't even into the meat of the expansion. Well, once again, I'm going to be putting out 3 videos, okay? Video number 1 was what I liked about Dawntrail. Video number 2 is going to be what I did not like about Dawntrail, or the problems that I've met with in Dawntrail. And number 3 is going to be more about theory crafting. When will I put this out? I don't know. I've been struggling with a cough, as you could probably tell today. Like I said, I have a cough. I'm sleeping too much. I might have depression. I might be on my way to having eczema. I have revisions that are depressing me / freaking me out / annoying me / making. I'm not feeling these emotions. I just want to clarify this. So don't feel too worried about me here. I'm just saying, like, there's these things that are going on right now. So I haven't been able to sit down and crunch Dawntrail. And I'm going to be honest, re-listening to my VODs makes me cringe so hard. I'm so cringy. Anyway. CBU 3 doesn't exploit FF14 players. I'm very happy for that. I do think the $90 mount is grotesque, and no amount of hand waving away can make it better. But let's talk about this. The most unfinished, buggiest, and broken patch. Is this true? Can someone tell me? I think for me, it's a matter of even a bad FF14 expansion is still better than most full games being offered. Unfortunately, Epic, I do think you are onto something there. There are a few games these days that are pushed out with the quality. I do think Nintendo, for all of their dickishness, puts out very solid, sparkling work. But these days, there is a lot of day one patches that are just, it's kind of like, wow, all right. I don't play. Picto killed Black Mage. That's a big issue. Yeah, I mean, I'm not a player for either class. I'm a summoner. But yeah, I haven't noticed problems. Okay. I'm like doing 90% world quests that use no talent. Okay. Bellular said the same. I've been leveling. Been doing the terrible but fun classic time walking. I like being CC'd every 2 seconds as a tank. You have a manifesto to finish, yes. Hey, Chieko, hope you're having many... Oh, hey, Morley. I hope things are going well. I am recovering, thanks to chat. That's my worst part of Dawntrail. Well, we will get into... we'll get into all of my thoughts on that. And of course, you are always free... You're always free to comment on the videos that I will make. Leave your thoughts in the descriptions, leave your thoughts in the comments down below. I do read stuff. It's just like I said, my mental bandwidth has been consumed by this revision. Wooly is free of the MMO curse. He is now in the gacha world, yes. I saw Bellular stream on Friday and the lad sounds so defeated about the whole thing. Jonathan, can you clarify which whole thing? Are we talking about the WoW problem or the Dawntrail problem? Just curious. WoW, right? Because Bellular still covers WoW mainly, right? I don't play retail, but there's definitely been increased complaining about bugs, so it might be really noticeable. I haven't experienced any bugs even when working on my magic stuff, but I did notice DDoS attacks. Yeah, Picto is OP. Yeah, I wouldn't even know. I don't play Picto. I think it's pretty and everything, but I've been... Let's just say this. The dungeons in Dawntrail are still so challenging that I don't feel comfortable queuing in for expert. There's some dungeons where I'm like, ooh, I don't want to play with real people yet. So I run, if I have to run an upper level dungeon for Wondrous Tales, I run it as a warrior with Graha and make Graha heal me. Because some of the Dawntrail dungeons will spank you. And I just need to learn. I'm just a slow learner, and I don't want to sit there and grind a dungeon like 10 times in a row to learn. I'll just learn slowly and not play with people. redebug known issues. There doesn't seem to be anything too game breaking. Okay, the wild patch problem. He doesn't cover 14 anymore. Oh no, Dawn Trail is actually bad. I was hoping it was just lower stakes. Is Dawn Trail actually bad? No. Oh, Deck. You saw my thing, right? So this is A Realm Reborn here. If we're talking the Endwalker version. If we're talking the actual released A Realm Reborn, like 2.0 release, then it's down here. The Endwalker version of A Realm Reborn is here. We got Heavensward here. We have Stormblood here. We have Shadowbringers here. We have Endwalker here. And we have Dawn Trail here. Deck. So you can see I'm putting Dawn Trail on the same level as Shadowbringers. Sorry, as Stormblood. The issues that were in Stormblood resonate a bit with Dawn Trail. I would say the pacing of Dawn Trail is the problem. The theme is not the problem. Are there lower stakes? Ish. I don't need it to be high stakes. Deck, if you tell me that you were expecting high stakes, I'm gonna go up to Sudbury and smack you with a book. I didn't expect high stakes, but because they were trying to force some things, it fell for me, because if they had actually just leaned into even less high stakes, I think it would have actually been better. But since they attempted high stakes, I think it in some ways counteracted against them. So for me, what brings it down to Stormblood level would be the pacing for me. The pacing that, and by pacing, I mean the amount of fighting to story is off. They should have put more solo duties in. Number two, the amount of time we spend with some characters versus other characters is off. And so there's that problem as well. Now, if they had focused on just a certain one character and cut off the second half of Dawn Trail, I think I would have understood it from a writer's perspective because it would make more sense. But I know that for most people, it would drop the whole franchise down. If it was just focusing on the first trials with that one character at the lead, I think people would have revolted. There would have a revolt. There would be rioting, even more than what we got right now. The fact that for most people, the second part was the saving grace of the expansion. If people only had the first part of the expansion, even if it makes sense from a writing perspective in terms of time, taking time and actually like working up to the real stuff, which I always prefer, I think people would have dropped it way down. Because most people, modern audiences today, can't cope with waiting. They can't cope with like they need instant gratification now. If they're not being surprised, if their expectations aren't being subverted, if there isn't a twist ending, they're done. They're checked out. They're gone. So I understand why they did what they did. Another thing I would say is them revealing Solution 9. I understood why they did it during the press events. But I also think that was a bit of a mistake. They should not have done that. There were a few other things. Is Dawn Trail bad? No. Is Dawn Trail as great as it could have been? No. But is it bad? No. Is it canon breaking? No. Is it disrespectful to characters? No. Is it hyper woke? No. But is it paced accurately? No. So there was some issues. Dawn Trail was bad. Well, I don't think it was bad. It's just it wasn't where it should have been. It was not bad. was not bad. Yeah. I'm at a point where I get my difficult gameplay outside 14. I usually take the game seriously in patches that are upcoming. Yeah, so here's the thing. That's another issue, okay? So there are some people out there who talk about wanting Elden Ring to be accessible, okay? So they follow me here. Let's tell me if my logic is bad. But there are people who want Elden Ring to be accessible. And a lot of people tell them, Elden Ring wasn't made for you. Go play other games. And I think that is the correct response. Some games are not made for you. And I think that's the same way with 14. I think 14 is no longer, or was never really intended to be, extremely punishing. It was always going to be story heavy. So I think some people demanding hardcore content may be equal to people demanding Elden Ring to be simpler. And it simply may be asking of a brand something the brand is no longer willing to offer. But those customers then have the right and the privilege to walk away from the game and not play the game anymore. And nobody should guilt trip them for not wanting to play the game if the game no longer curates experiences that they are interested in. That being said, from the way that they upped the difficulty of the dungeons, the way that they made some of the trials more difficult, the fact that they are putting in a Savage tier Alliance raid boss thing, it's clear that Yoshi P still wants to curate certain difficulty levels for certain players. So, yeah. Less Wuklama. Yeah. Yeah, there's just too much of one character. Yeah, the pacing is... the lack of combat. I've been redoing A Realm Reborn for an experiment, and A Realm Reborn, the current version of it, the Endwalker version, has a surprisingly clipping cadence of action interspersed with the story that Dawntrail lacked. Dawntrail needed more. I was expecting bathing suit fan service for the vacation expansion. Yeah, that's true. They should have just leaned into it and had like us doing stupid shit on a beach. But then once again, some people would be like, not in my fantasy game. So I don't know. Where introduced stuff is not doing what it's meant to. Oh, okay. I'm not 110% up. If Chieko saw Graha in a bathing suit, she would explode. Yes, true. I actually went into the expansion not expecting to see Graha. I was ready to be Graha-less. I was sad, but I was resigned. So, of course, when it happened, I cried. Experimental phases 2.0 was a lot more like, wow. That was FF14 starting point. Over time, with feedback, we arrived at the current FF14. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. I remember you saying that, Wooly. It's another thing that I can say affects my perspective. I primarily chose 14 over WoW for story. Both the games and the communities are PC, so I can't really have a bad expansion in a way. True. Doubtful I represent a sizable audience. Yeah, probably. I don't know, though, Wooly. I think mid-core is something that a lot of people have been talking about. When remaking A Realm Reborn, the devs had no idea they would even make it to an expansion. True, that's true. Shola Bikini is locked behind getting her to level 100 trust. Oh, yeah, that's right, Jonathan. Yeah, you cried. Yeah, I cried. I did cry because I was so resigned, right? Chat knows. Like, I didn't talk about it. I didn't focus on it. I was like, I'm going to enjoy the expansion for what it is. Even if it doesn't have my favorite character, I'm not going to sit around and bitch and moan. Oh, no, my favorite character isn't in here. Oh, no, right? I was behaving like an adult. And then, yeah, that happened. This thread got removed. Okay. That's hilarious. That's That's funny. This thread got removed by auto moderator for some report threshold or something. Oh, MMO fans are incapable of experiencing joy without creating suffering. The Venn diagram of MMO players and people who are content with life are two separate circles. Where's the lie? Where's the lie, though? Where's the lie? I prefer 14 these days, but not gonna lie, the patch cycle 14 is just awful. Okay, I will say this, okay? It feels awful because there's a lull and you can't do anything. But what they have to do is they have to find who's that guy from Work to Game. So I know that Work to Game is kind of divisive in the 14 scene. But what's his face? He's part of the Work to Gain group. He's the guy that talks with Work to Game quite a lot. What's his name? Anyway, there was a video, and I have it somewhere, where the other guy from Work to Game, not the redhead, the other guy, he did a breakdown of the patch releases for WoW, Guild Wars 2, and Final Fantasy 14. Out of the three, Final Fantasy 14 is the most regular. This talk right here is the talk of entitlement. This talk right here is the talk of someone who doesn't know what it's like to be a Guild Wars 2 player, or a Final Fantasy 14 player. A WoW player. This right here. Like, yes, there's a lull. Guess what? You can go out and do something else during that lull. Get a life. Touch grass. Like, what is that bullshit right there? Literally. If you can't live without your game for like a couple of weeks to a month, you might need to get some help. In my experience, that's a factor in pretty much every fan community. There are people who can't enjoy one thing without having something to compare it to. This is a problem because people are looking for validation. This is the person who posted this was looking for validation, and the people talking like that are looking for validation. It's stupid. It's especially huge issue in gacha game communities where people act like loving one game is a requirement for hating another. Do you know what this is? This is high school behavior. This is feminine energy. Oh no, I love Genshin, so anyone who plays Wuthering Waves is from the devil. I remember around the time Asmongold migrated to 14, suddenly everyone hated WoW for a while and loved 14. It's just the sort of video game populism that rises and falls with time. It's always been largely superficial. Dawntrail is unpopular now, so everyone hates FF and loves WoW again. Tides will change again next time WoW does something to piss off the players, and we'll be right back here again talking about it. Yes. Wow. Based. True and real. Absolutely true. WoW being bad doesn't make 14 good. 14 being bad doesn't make WoW good. There can be two bad games. I mean, not wrong. Not wrong. Do I think necessarily, like, once again, is War Within maybe a better step in a better direction? Setting aside Shay's reservations. Once again, like, I wish I could suck out the information from Dex and Shay's brains and implant them into my own, like Neo learning Kung Fu. So then I just kind of wake up out of my chair and I'd be like, I know WoW. And then I could be able to talk about it. I'd love to do that. Both games do things right and wrong. I feel like when people talk about WoW here, it's more like a combination of frustration, what could be. I want that in FF2. And these thoughts that come to every MMO player that played more than one MMO in their life. Of course you want to improve the weak points of your favorite MMO with better systems from another. I think that's pretty natural. In fact, I think that's healthy. There's nothing wrong with saying, hey, the net code of Final Fantasy XIV could do with some untangling. There's a phase where you don't notice all the weak points of the new MMO. Yeah, it's called a honeymoon period. People experiencing it when, you know, they're married. People wish Square Enix would take a few notes from Blizzard's book and worked on the game as much as Blizzard does. HUD revamp. New race, new class, gathering, crafting overhaul, big open world changes, dragon riding, talent tree rework, gearing changes, removed borrowed power, support spec out of nowhere. All of that in a singular expansion that lasted less than 4 patches of Endwalker. Oh shit. I forgot I'm logged out. This person is, yeah. Okay. There's a script I haven't yet finished really dealing with because it's requiring me to do stuff. We had in Endwalker 2 new classes, Sage and Reaper, a new race. We had our regular MSQ, 6 zones, 2 cities, 5 role quests, dungeons, trials, trials extremes, custom deliveries, as per usual. This is all usual shit. Tradecraft, fates, treasure hunts, hunt marks, role quests, sightseeing logs, challenge log updates, job actions, job adjustments, Stone Sea Sky added, explorer mode, duty recorder additions, and of course, all of the items and assets that come with an expansion. Okay, that's just general. That's like, this is like, you expect that. Okay, this is what you expect. Of course you're getting this. Hello. Okay. Post Endwalker content. Once again, this is what we expect. Nothing new here. More MSQ, Pandemonium, Myths of the Realm, Tataru's Grand Adventure, Somehow Further, Hildebrand, housing additions, Unreal, Mentor requirements, Ventures, items, etc. for retainers, DSR Ultimate, Omega Ultimate, custom deliveries, Emiliance, Andon, and Margaret, Tribe Quest, Arca Sodara, Elmicron, Loperetz, Manderville Relics, Splendorous Tools, Treasure Maps, and a new Ocean Route. And then, of course, all of your usual items that will come with all of your expansions. The special events that happened during these times, in some cases, they happened twice. We had Starlight, Moogle, Heaven's Turn, All Saints Wake, all of these. Garo came back. I don't know if people remembered. People were excited that it came back because it hadn't been back for ages. Another thing that was new was Blunderville came out. Pretty interesting. Yokai was resurrected, which was also very interesting. They made something new, which was the Path Infernal by FF16, which was pretty good. Everything else is normal, recycled stuff, but of course with new stuff. Extra content. Island Sanctuary, Variant and Criterion, new Deep Dungeon, Eureka Orthos. Blue was increased to 80. And we have swimming in Upper Lenosha. No one probably remembered to thank the developers, including myself. So highly unlikely we'll ever see swimming in other earlier zones. Sag. This was special work done, duty support, and like housing, graphics, the amount of work they did to the data center travel to start preparing us for eventually traveling between data centers, gearing and glam. This is all gear and glam. PvE, PvP, PvE crafting and gathering, drops, grand and free company, what they did with the UI. They really fixed the UI. There was a lot of UI bullshit, and they made so much thing. Like some of the stuff in here that I'm just glossing over because it would take me hours to do this. Then there's the user experience. The character configuration menu additions to support all of this. I agree with this person down here. There was a lot that happened in Endwalker. People have literally already forgot. This is the Israelites in the desert, as far as I'm concerned. Oh, here's a voice for Wooly. I want casual to mid content to enjoy outside of a raid. So, mid-core content request. I've never played WoW, but I wish my main complaints about 14 right now were bugs and a $90 mount being added to the cash shop. What? Okay. It's okay to compare this game to other games. That's true. What we don't want is that this subreddit devolves into a blind cult that the main sub is. That is fair. Yeah. Don't get in an echo chamber. How shitty the FF14 one is as well. Yeah, it's pretty bad. There's some aspects of it that are probably not great, but the WoW token is a problem, Mr. Lalalaban. The patch is buggy and that's not acceptable. On the other hand, it added more content than most 14 patches, 4 as the mid-season patch. £60 mount? Sure. At least it's an account wide. Oh, that's a good point. That is a good point. This Sharp-kun made a good point here. At least it's account wide, unlike 14's bigger cash shop that only applies most purchases to a single character. Not true for some of the more expensive stuff, but yes. There's a lot of single character stuff in the shop. It should all be account wide. I think the reason why 14 gets away with some of the prices in its account shop is because it does not have a direct impact on the gameplay itself. It doesn't affect the rating. It doesn't affect your gear level or things like that. So I think a lot of people in 14 turn a blind eye. But this person is making a good point here. There are too many things in the 14 shop that are locked to a single character. That being said, I bought the whale mount for really cheap, and the whale mount is account wide. This one says Blizzard patches their bugs faster than SE. So now I am very curious. Google. Sorry, chat. I'm not looking at you right now, but I'll look at you in a few secs. Okay. Okay, I will look into this later, but are you sure it's not getting too late? Oh, thank you, Ben. Yeah, I should. Okay, I'm going to scroll up. I'm going to read through chat one more time. And then, yeah. Okay, you cried, it was hilarious. Yep. Yes, Ben, I did. It was hilarious. Seems a trap for developers. Homogenization of classes to help sort of balance is always a hot topic. It is. You thought it was Thancred and Urianger? Oh, Ben, I was ready for Thancred and Urianger. I was like, yeah, okay. And then it wasn't. And then I cried. Yeah. Content in life. Yeah. Let's all be real. Let's all be real. It helps support tuning, but does make classes lose their flavor. Yeah. And I think, Duck, it's the same thing with WoW. I think sometimes devs rely on the base too much, and they think people know what they want, but they don't. You can play V Rising or not play Wukong. Oh, Ben. The patch cycle has only really stabilized for WoW because since Shadowlands, they figured out a system consistently release content, which seems to be a seasonal live service system, which is another thing that players hate. So shrugs. Yeah, true. It's very popular to trash on WoW, but they stabilized their patch content sequence to the point we're getting massive class adjustments when normally it was twice per expansion thing. Yeah. Sad, but understandable. Yeah. Careful with that memory implant. Your depression might be getting a lot worse. Oops. Took a screen break for half an hour and now we're talking WoW. Yeah, we're talking about 14 people comparing Dawntrail to WoW. So, Shay, I have mentioned you repeatedly, but this appears to be the WoW narrative. Now, obviously, this black line can be adjusted because this part of the black line obviously could have more hills and valleys because there might have been some expansions where they're better or worse. Like, I don't know the full cadence of WoW expansion quality, but we definitely know that Shadowlands slumped. Shadowlands was a real slump. BFA was on its way down. And for many people, the War Within is an uptick. Whereas 14 has always had a stronger story, in my opinion, but it slumped with Dawntrail because Dawntrail's a new turn. So Dawntrail represents a new beginning, and this means that there has to be a breather and a low in order for you to go back up again. To try to maintain a high after something like Endwalker's stupidity and madness. But I think it went lower than it should have. It could have gone much lower, I think, in the eyes of the audience. But there are a lot of people who are hating on Dawntrail right now. I think there's a lot of people also giving into hyperbole, which is unfortunate. A Reddit post about WoW. Yes. You're sure it's not getting too late? I'm going to sign off soon, Ben. Thank you for reminding me. I appreciate it. Ben is my watcher, everyone. Endwalker was missing Eureka or Boja content. Yeah. It had Island Sanctuary, but for some people that wasn't good enough. I liked Island Sanctuary. I didn't need a Boja content. People bitching because their favorite thing didn't get put in. It is what it is. Duty support for MSQ. Yeah. There's a lot of content updating for 14, just no one cares because it's not ongoing content. Exactly, Duck. WoW token. Yeah. The bugs they discussed are nothing I've encountered personally, by the way. They don't appear to be universal or casuals when it knows them. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like the original... I feel like, not to shit on this OP, okay? I think the general feeling of this OP is fine, okay? The general feeling of this OP is stop comparing. But the problem is that this language right here feels hyperbolic. I understand the $90 thing, which in Canada is probably like $120. I understand that is probably gross. That feels gross to people. But let's all be real. Square Enix put out a statue that was like $200. So, I mean, now, did the statue have like a mount to go with it? No. It had a minion. So, you know, still shitty. Still shitty. Most unfinished, broken. So this is where the hyperbole came in, and I think it damaged the OP. This is why you need to watch how you say things. This damages your stance if you are hyperbolic. Morley is doing a thinking face. RMT isn't as rampant in 14 like it is in WoW. Yeah. They patched some bugs faster than the SC. There are other bugs that have existed for many expansions. Yeah. Calling BS on that. RMT is Blizzard sanctioned by the token. It's worse by nautical miles and WoW. Shit. Yeah. Yeah. Everyone knows that Blizzard has an RMT problem. Once again, I agree with Jonathan. Like, if we're going to be like critical, both games can be criticized, right? We can be critical about 14 and we can be critical about WoW. People can express disappointment about 14 or the direction that 14 is going in. And people can be disappointed about WoW and the direction that WoW is going in. It's how are they talking? And that sometimes people, I think, latch on to these negativities to shit on other things and then kind of like feel validated for their life choices. And it's like, just get a grip. And by the way, Dawntrail, was it as good as what it could be, in my opinion? No. But is it as bad as some people are making it out to be? Absolutely not as bad. Absolutely not as bad. I do think A Realm Reborn does a better job balancing the gameplay after the Endwalker transformations. But I have heard, and I think I experienced part of pre-change A Realm Reborn, and I know that Praetorium was longer. There was jank up in A Realm Reborn before they did the transformations. So I'm just like, have people not remembered what Endwalker got us? Endwalker got us a lot. I expect Modern WoW to solve bugs faster, but that's because they explained their reorganization of their team structures. For example, the third expansion of the Trilogy is being worked on now because they've been buggy for years, but the fix didn't work and they probably won't address it again for years. Oh, well, we tried. Yeah. I mean, once again, sometimes there's code and things going on in the background we can't fully understand either. Who gets overlooked? So far, we're like, I guess Luke meets Obi-Wan of the old world saga. Exactly. World Within saga. True. And also could be true for Dawntrail as well. Like, people need to understand Dawntrail is a new start. It's not going to have all the bells and whistles that Shadowbringers has. Like, I sometimes I feel like people who think that they know what a story should be doing at any given amount of time need Jesus. I mean, you don't buy gold from shady websites. They steal your account details and stuff. Yeah. Shay is more cautiously not optimistic. There's so much irony to say Blizzard fixes bugs faster than 14. WoW patches always have game-breaking bugs, while 14 does not. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Nighty. This is Arm. Is Arm saying goodnight? Level 77 bosses in the game. I'm assuming in V Rising, because Ben went ahead. Evil Ben. No, I hope you're doing well, Ben. Tomorrow night, I have a pretty full night, Ben, but maybe Tuesday night we can hang out. Having RMT be state sanctioned makes it worse since it validates a gray market of boosts in PvP and PvE. Do not defend Shadowlands in light of LOL. It was so much worse than World of... Okay, WoD. Okay, Warlords of Draenor. They admit to cutting away entire swaths of Orc Warlord content when that's the game's title. Every single WoW expansion has had cut content, which doesn't excuse any of those cuts, but it's fairly par for the course. What I mean is that the expansion was named and sold on the back of orcs who were effectively removed from the game beyond their boss fights. Okay. Just to explain my views on the story so far, I feel like we're going to be finding out how civilizations on the other reflections, and the base starts with what we learned in Dantra. Absolutely. Absolutely epic. We're going to go to other reflections for the next few years. It would be fantastic if our Warrior of Light had a downturn for their character, like they go through a difficult phase or a lonely phase. That would be really interesting. I have a lot of thoughts. I will save it for my theory crafting idea and guessing stuff. But yeah, I mean, I love this kind of stuff. I wish I could go into it more, but I really do have to like go and relax and kind of wind down. The $90 mount is nothing, Burger. When Riot sold a skin for $500, it's only going to get worse. I can understand that patch was severely undercooked, but maybe we shouldn't judge a game by a patch, but look at features or the way the games handle things and see what each could take from each other to both become better. Yeah, that's fair. WoW has issues. 14 has issues. In other words, water is wet. WoW. Based. And real. Like, people need to calm down. I'm playing WoW since expansion start after 5k hours of FF, and this patch, which is an event patch, has more content than most FF14 main patches. If there's bugs, I don't know. I haven't experienced any. I'm obviously gonna get downvoted to hell for saying this, but WoW is in an infinitely better spot than 14 right now. I don't give a shit about shop mounts and their prices. I care about content, and in 14, I have had nothing to do after reclearing Savage 8 times. Wow. They actually have cleared Savage. Oh, I'm so behind. And getting best in slot for the 3 jobs I'll potentially play and through. My sub didn't even run out, and I lost my personal and FC houses because I didn't bother to log in after getting the emails. That's how little I personally care about 14 right now until the next content drops. And trust me, I love the game, but after you're done this dumb old grinds people call content when there's nothing new, you literally have nothing to do but RP and Limso or something. So this person is clearly a raider, just a raider, and has spent 5k. I don't know if I'm at a 5k yet. But let's all be real here. There are lulls in 14, especially if you are only into very specific gameplay. I have nothing to do after reclearing Savage 8 times. So, I think if you're into a specific form of content, you are going to experience severe drought in 14. That is true. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. Okay? No ifs, ands, or buts. But once again, I have to question, do we need to be always playing these games? Like, can I, this goes back to my grinding video, which you may or may not agree with me on, okay, chat? Do I need to live in 14 all the damn time? FF14 expansions need to launch with the field operations full stop. Waiting almost a year is completely ridiculous. I do think they should have launched field operations in 7.1. I have a feeling they're not going to launch field operations until 7.2, and I think that's not a good idea. They should launch it in 7.1. I have to pay money to dye my armor black. Pre-orders allow 3 days of early access. There's mounts in the store that give you extra speed. You can buy 7 retainers to increase your storage. You can buy level boosts. You have to pay to change your race. Okay, so he is absolutely right. All of these things exist. Blizzard and CBU3 want your fucking money, bro. That is true. This is 110% certain and true. However, you cannot pay The paying to change your race, that's bullshit. Yeah, we know that. But that doesn't affect gameplay. Your race doesn't limit your class. So, to me, not a big deal. You can buy level boosts. These level boosts usually are capped at the expansion before. And it's useful for a game that is not alt-friendly, for which I'm thankful, because if I had a friend that had more than 3 alts, I would unfriend them. You can buy 7 retainers to increase your storage. Once again, I don't think that is anywhere near as bad as the inventory problems that I faced in Guild Wars 2. This person needs to play Guild Wars 2. There's inventory in Guild Wars 2 drives me insane. There's mounts on the store that give you extra speed. Extra speed does nothing for you in the game. Pre-orders allow 3 days of early access. As opposed to Blizzard's, whose Ultimate Pack gave you the access to the early access. So you had to pay upwards of $100 to get in. But if you were a Pavo and you could only pay for standard, you couldn't get in early. And it was like 2 weeks. Okay, sir? And I hate to break this to you, but if you got your average standard pre-order, then you got 3 days of early access. The 3-day early access pre-order for CBU3 is nowhere near as bad as the pre-order 2-week access, early access for WoW. Get the fuck out of here. Okay, that's stupid. But anyway. You can also get that speed free with riding maps. Yeah, I don't... This person is a little bit... It's definitely not the buggiest patch ever, but it's very buggy at high levels, and high-level players are passionate. Probably the most high-end bugs in the patch ever. They are the bugs the run-of-the-mill WoW player probably isn't even encountering. Less than 2% of the raids at high level. Oh, thanks, Shay, for letting us know. Okay, so Shay has just told us, everyone who can't look at chat, that basically the OP saying it's the buggiest patch ever is actually really talking about a high-end player problem, okay? So this hyperbole here is true-ish, but if you're a normal player and you're not like heavy, like high rating or anything like that, you're gonna love the current WoW patch. But if you are in a certain subsection of the gamers, you're gonna find it's very buggy and you're gonna be upset. Don Trail just explain. Okay, Yoshida said he already has planned for the next 3 expansions, so they're locking in right now. Yeah, absolutely. They're going to be locking in. They have, Ishikawa at the front and center. Yeah. When Yoshitola walks into Solution 9, I would have foreshadowed music playing of what her interests are. Yeah, that's a fair suggestion, Epic. Yeah, I love me some, subtle musical foreshadowing. Fake housing system. Content in 14 doesn't expire if you haven't done them, unlike WoW. That's true. That's true. There's also 8 weeks, assuming they've cleared week 1. I think the issue is that we used to want to. WoW doesn't have a lot of downtime because the treadmill they designed accounts for that. Yeah, this may be an issue that maybe some of these people have forgotten. Most MMO players used to be one-game Andes, as Akko would call them. True. FF14 lulls and content remind me of gacha game cadence. Every 5 to 6 weeks, you get new content that lasts 3 to 7 days, and then you wait while logging in daily for 20 minutes. Oh, Wooly, that is astute. Yeah. That and this is where, like, if you don't want to do your dailies or whatever, guess what? You don't do it. Yeah. Ben knows the hard way that I do not do my roulettes every day. Like, I have tons of content I have not yet done, because guess what? If I don't feel like doing it, I don't do it. Whoa. I go and play other things. I'm busy doing other things. WoW boost 80 Australian dollars. Is it? It's not that it's the same grind with WoW. Yeah, 7.2 will be the exploration content, and likely the relic grind will start. Yeah, I think that's a bit of a mistake, Jonathan. I'm going to be honest. If I'm going to let's get critical here, okay? If I was Yoshi P and CBU3, I would be putting field content out in 7.1 and then start the relic grind in 7.2. I know that the relic grind will probably be tied to the field content. It's just like, you know, like people need that field content now. And I want that field content to be so grindy and difficult that the high-end grinding people are crying. Like, I nearly said a bad word. Pretty sure 7.2 was confirmed. Yeah, that's a mistake. Which is entertaining because new event lets you get to 770 within a day now. Counts alts. Guess I better not roll another. Legion was a bright spot blip in a story that's been spiraling. Oh, and I will say this, and I will say this until I'm black in the face, black and blue. The WoW free trial sucks dick. And not in a good way. Sucks dick like a virgin. An ignorant virgin. One positive thing about 14 is that the game gives you 2 free Fantasias to change races. That's 20 bucks of value to every customer. Good point, Jonathan. And if you were like me and you bought the special editions on sale, because they all went on sale for the anniversary, so I got all of them on sale. Then I got like, I think 2 more Fantasias on top of that. So that whole race changing bullshit down there, like that guy down there, like he don't know what he's talking about. Actually, we had a bug we ran into while doing Dire Maul last night for WoW. We were laughing because the buff was melting him and wouldn't disappear. Oh. I haven't done roulettes all week, just Pixie and Arcus $1 for Sage. Too much V. Too much V, but it's been fun, right, Ben? Ben has been saving me in V Rising. Feel like field content needs to come out at the same time as the first Alliance raid of the expansion, or even 7.75 patch. Yeah, Duck, the sooner the better is my belief. I want... With teeth. Yeah, exactly. Like, I want it to be so bad that these people are begging on their knees for Yoshi P to have pity on them. And time gate it like shit, just like WoW, so that they can remember the good old days. Am I vengeful? Maybe. End up feeling like one of those worms digging through Dune. Sarlacc. No, wait a minute, not the Sarlacc. Sandworms, yeah. Blizzard needs to get their act together. They spend so much time meticulously crafting a new Star Zone. They need to flip some switches to just enable more for free trial. Yeah. Which I do actually want to go back and start playing more of the Draenei, right? Was it the Draenei, the goat thing with the really beautiful Azure Mist Isle? See, I remember that name. I remember that name because the music was really good. I want to get back and doing that. Yeah. I want to get back into that. So I'm home. I kind of promised my mother I'd go up and see her before Christmas. Parties up there. So I'll see if I can squeeze in a free night somewhere and play WoW for a couple hours. We'll see. Azure Mist is a vibe. Yeah, I thought it was a vibe. I've always said relic grinds need to start at least in the 0.1 patch. Yeah. They should just, and they can time gate it. Just time gate it. WoW does it all the time. And then if people start complaining, they just say, you wanted it. Suck it. nothing's going to save the new player experience unless they take new players directly to War Within. Yeah, maybe the way that they keep restarting all the time is just never going to work. Yeah. Anyway, chat, I loved sitting and chatting with you. It is now very late. My keeper is tapping his watch probably crazily. He's probably sweating. His little Lala Baker heart is probably pounding, knowing that Party is going to come after his butt, saying, you promised you would take care of Chieko. I will say that I'm impressed by how my chat tries to take care of me and tries to put me in bed. I really love it. But I want to say thank you to everyone. I came in to the stream feeling a little bit draggy, feeling a little bit sick. I'm probably going to leave the stream still feeling sick, but I feel surprisingly optimistic about tomorrow, or later today, I should say, because I will just think of chat and muscle through some more revisions. Meanwhile, I went to bed at 4 a.m. Yeah, I usually am a late night as well, but I've been stressed and sick from certain things. But I just want to extend a heartfelt thanks to chat for cheering me up, for being uplifting, optimistic, white pill people, and for hanging out with me. I really appreciate all of you. Yeah, I will probably see, like I said, I'm going to be kind of a bit quiet on my YouTube channel and on the Discord. I'll try not to be a stranger, but sometimes when I'm stressed out over work, my bandwidth narrows down to like an inch, and then I can't even hop on voice chat and talk with people. I just kind of mentally close down. So, it is what it is, but hopefully once I get more revisions done, I can start putting up some videos I have planned. I have some corkers in the works. And yeah, I look forward to hanging out with everyone next Sunday. I will be meeting up next Sunday. This Wednesday, I'll probably not be meeting up, but maybe on Thursday, I might hop on for a couple hours. We'll see. But anyway, thank you to everyone. Once again, I'll stop rambling. And I appreciate everyone's input tonight, and I will see everyone next time. Peace.